y'all. Welcome to Shade in the City. It's your girl Trees here, and we're here to do our Beyond the Gates Season 2, episodes 84 through 88, y'all. Live recap and review. I have my lovely co-star, the Miss Elaine T, with me today. Thank you, Elaine, for being here.
Hey guys.
And yes, as you can see, we got we're gonna have a whole service tonight for brother Derek, Legs Baldwin, okay? And shout out to Sky for sharing this because this definitely gave me a kiki. This made my day.
We do not know that it's going to be Derek.
Well, you know what? See, we're going to talk about that in the predictions because when I saw the preview, I said maybe really Derek really is checking up out of here.
So I didn't think of it until I saw Sky's post, and I was like, "Oh man!" Oh,
I think it might be a thing.
I was just happy it wasn't Jacob.
Yes. As long as and I don't think they would really touch Jacob. I do think that Jacob might get powed and like end up in the hospital.
And he should.
Yeah. He might have to take a bullet, but he'll be all right. He's strong.
He wouldn't be involved so much. Yeah, he should.
Right. He got to take a little something. If Grayson had to take a whole shank, you got to take something, okay? You got to take some type of punishment.
You got kicked in your ribs and was all bent over.
And didn't even fight back. And look who it is. The birthday girl in the house, Miss Cleo. Welcome.
Happy birthday, Cleo.
Happy birthday, boo. I hope you enjoying yourself. I hope you got a nice big glass of whatever you drink, okay? And you have a wonderful weekend. What you got planned, Cleo? Anything special? Either way, I was so proud. I said, look at that. And I just want to let all the folks know, I love Cleo. I didn't want to make it seem like, oh, I don't love y'all either. Y'all don't be putting y'all birthdays. She told me 2 months ago when her birthday was. So, a pen? Oh, 0937. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting food delivered and everything, And what's so crazy? I'm having food delivered and groceries. I know that's so ass backwards, but I said, you know what? I'm not going to cook tonight. So but when I am ready to cook, I don't want to go to the store. So, I'll just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But yeah, so just letting y'all know. Oh, you're saying it's 5. Well, daggone it. But that's okay. You got an early birthday wish. I'm going to have to correct it in my phone. It's 5/17. But if anybody else wants a birthday shout out when your birthday rolls around, you can just throw your, birthday in the chat. I'll make sure I write it down and put it in my phone on the right day. Okay. So yeah, y'all, if you haven't already, please go ahead, hit that like button for us. And make sure that you are subscribed if you're new here, okay? Because this is a public live tonight. I will be giving out gifting memberships. So yeah, I appreciate y'all joining me on this Friday night. And we're going to go ahead and not waste no time because I can't be here all night with y'all. I love y'all, but I can't do it tonight. Okay, Kamara, look, you next. I got you, June 5th. I got you. Okay. And shout out to you, Gemini. I'm surrounded by Geminis, I swear. But all right, y'all, let me go ahead. Let's run this intro. When I get back, we will get into this week. And me and Elaine was talking about it backstage. And obviously, it was better than last week, but there was still some things that I'm going to go in on that mac and cheese. But anyway, let's go ahead. Let's get into it. Let's get shady.
On the skyline pain, shade in the city, true hits like a banger. I said it, I meant it, no need for disclaimers. Haters right away, but they just false claimers. Concrete beats are heavy like cinder. Looking for one, but the streets feel winter. No filters, no edits, I'm raw with my splendor. My life a movie, they watching the trailers. I'm not gonna hold you, shade in the city, the life in the mold. You like and subscribe if you feeling the vibe. This is my word, I just let you inside. City to city, I'm not gonna hold you, shade in the city, my words gon' console you. Like and subscribe if you feeling the vibe.
I was like, where did I go? And speaking of Sky, I wanted to give a big shout out. Y'all know that's my sister over on TikTok. I love her down. And she actually just did an interview with Rob Riley, I believe his name is, who plays Carlton on Beyond the Gate. So shout out to her. It was really cute. They seemed like they had a really good conversation. I was really happy for her. And I always love it when I see my team win. I feel like y'all are all a part of my team, and I just want to see everybody win. I done seen Elaine, her numbers growing, and more she posts and be cooking, them numbers be going up. And I said, I knew it was gonna happen.
Holla, holla.
She just had to find out what she was passionate about, but I'm happy for you. I can't wait till you hit 1,000 something, 2,000 something. So yeah, shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. So anyway, Cleo said, my daughter's taking me out to dinner tomorrow. That's okay, Trees. I'm celebrating all weekend. Okay. Cleo, I'm having Izzy's mac and cheese for dinner. I hope don't do that to yourself. That's not a birthday present. That's not a birthday present, Cleo. Don't do that to yourself. You deserve
You
better.
better add some chicken and a vegetable in there too. Like what?
Right. Or if you're going to do mac and cheese by itself, I feel like it should have lobster or a crab or it can't. It can't just be mac and cheese. I don't think we do that. But again, I've been pleasantly surprised when I look online how many people are defending it. And I don't know if it's just because they love for Isaiah or they love for
no, it's very much a young and single I can't cook thing too.
Oh, no, you didn't call out the non-cookers.
It's that, and it's people of another persuasion eat it, and they treat it like a casserole.
You're right. I remember.
It's like, would you eat baked ziti? The difference is baked ziti has meat.
That's very true. That's a good point.
Some baked ziti, real Italian baked ziti, don't have meat.
Oh, really?
It's so hearty. Yeah, some baked zitis don't have meat. It's just.
Look, I need to go on down to Lane House and get me some baked ziti because clearly I don't know what's supposed to be in it, how it's supposed to be. But you know, that's one of the things.
I make mine with me because that's one
of the things I never order. If I was going to do that, I'd probably just get spaghetti. You understand what I'm saying?
If it's not going to have meat, yeah.
Right. Angel, hey, welcome. That naked mac and cheese that Izzy made was ridiculous. Okay, so we're not alone. I appreciate that. So y'all, let's jump right into it. We know Monday's episode, our girl Lanita got to ring the bell. Okay, where's my applause at? Where's my applause?
Yes,
look to my butt.
Bring it. We need
we need to give her a round of applause. So yeah, I was very happy. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I did tear up a little bit, especially when Ashley started going into this significance of what the bell means and all that. And my little softy like ice cream ass just started crying. Okay. But I thought it was appropriate to cry because I'm happy our girl recovered. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they took us through the journey with her too, and they educated right up until the end because some of the stuff that they discussed, about her options of surgery and the chances of getting ovarian cancer, I didn't even know that. So
I didn't either.
I love that they educated throughout. And so I know it's a heavy story or whatever, but I think they were so thorough with the pieces of it that I really enjoyed it. And I enjoy coming out of this with happy news too.
Yes. Now, to piggyback off that, since we're already in this realm, a lot of people were debating what she should have done as far as her next steps, because we know that she decided to do the lumpectomy.
Yeah.
Versus what's the other one? I can't think of it right now.
Mastectomy.
Mastectomy. Thank you. And I kind of felt like, one, it's her choice, but I think the way Dr. Bauer was putting it to her is you're a little bit older. So maybe going under surgery like that, like you don't know if you're going to bounce back or recover like that. Whereas this is a minor, but a lot of people feel like that leaves the door open that if Tamara, or however you say it, but I believe it's Tamara, if she ever decided she wanted to leave the show, they can bring the cancer back.
Yeah, right.
Which I don't like that.
So I don't like it, but I do like that the story is ending. And so if she decided to have a full mastectomy, that's a whole other thing, of them adjusting to life without it. And I just feel like that extends this really serious and down-toned storyline too much. Like people were already going, okay, this is very depressing. And that was like in January.
Right.
So I do like that they opened the story and they're closing it. And they took us through the ringer. It was a very serious 5 months, but it ends.
Has it really been going on for 5 months? Yes.
Yeah, she found out
was it Thanksgiving or Christmas?
She wanted Christmas.
Oh,
and
wow.
And she told the kids like the day before Christmas, and she wanted to not tell everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So, for me, it was like, okay, let's close this out in a way that doesn't drag it out. And I felt like a mastectomy would have her drag it out. However, I must tell you, I have an aunt who is 76 who decided on a mastectomy. And she just
Mm-hmm.
went through that. She just rang her bell. Um,
Oh, congrats. I'm so happy to hear that.
but she decided on the mastectomy because one, her husband has passed a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't have to worry about anybody looking at her. And it was the cut and dry option to not have to worry about this later on. So I do think lifestyle makes a difference. And she has a husband, Anita has a husband, it just
And
brings
clearly Vernon like to get down.
I
They
love they waiting for it.
okay. They make it very clear that he
Right?
be
They
like,
like
I can't
when
wait.
when.
Right. Kamara said, now I see your comment, Kamara. I agree, but Isaiah put truffles in his mac and cheese. Truffles are not cheap. I absolutely, because
Oh, absolutely, I agree with
I
that.
buy truffle oil and I'd be like, why is it so expensive?
Yes, truffle
So
oil is expensive. Yeah.
yes, so I absolutely understand that. However, if you listen to what, and I guess maybe because I'm just being to a T because I watched the episode so many times before I come up here and talk to y'all. But if you remember, Eva's exact words were, oh, Isaiah has a full spread or something like that. And then all you got is mac and cheese. Where's the full spread and a cupcake? Like, do you not? I was
We get cake
confusion.
for everybody.
Now, if she would have said he made my favorite dish, meaning one thing, cool. I would have been fine with that. But she acted like, or she said something about a feast or a spread. Either way, it was neither one of those. And so I left there disappointed. And if I would have came there expecting, oh yeah, he done did all this, you did all this, Isaiah, and it wasn't that. Oh no. I mean, I would enjoy the truffle mac. I ain't gonna hold you, but I probably would have went somewhere after to get me full.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say. And hey, Demarcus, I see you in there. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, well, yeah. So to Anita's point, I hope that they don't try to do that to us. That's not what I want to see. I would, unfortunately, I think I would, if they decided or she decided she was leaving, I would hope that they would just take her in a quick manner. And I know that sounds terrible, but I can't, I don't want to see her suffer.
Yeah.
I don't want to see her suffer again. I don't. Thank you, Demarcus, for the super chat. Off topic question. Yours is always off topic, Demarcus, but we still love you. Will you review Is God Is as well? No, I've seen the previews. I'm not really interested. I saw you ask about Nemesis. I think I've seen maybe one like advertisement for it, and it doesn't, I don't know. You gotta understand. I watch so much TV that trying to watch like movies and long, I'm just not good at. I'm just not good at. I'll be honest. I definitely believe that you would love Is God Is with Vivica Fox and Sterling K. Brown and Janelle Monáe. Is it terrible? I don't want to say what I want to say. I can't get over the makeup and I know that sounds terrible, but I can't get over the makeup and their faces and stuff in the movie. Let me just keep it 100. I can't. Oh, look at Jonda coming to save the day before I get canceled. Hey, Jonda, welcome.
Hello, beautiful
Hey,
ladies.
Jonda.
How are you?
How are you, ma'am? Last time you were here, you went on vacation or something after you was living the life.
Well, it was my sister's 50th.
Okay.
And she did it great. 32 of us flew to celebrate.
You were in the DR, weren't you?
Yes, so 32 of us flew to Punta Cana to celebrate her. So it was awesome.
That's dope.
We stayed at a good resort. And trust me, you know the wheels were turning when I was down there. I said, okay, so we need to get a little something going. Get a Beyond the Gates party going on down there at the resort.
Hold on, guys. I'll be back. Hold on.
She got to get her food.
You know what? I just ordered some too. So
I'm not alone because
my son will be answering it, but at a certain point, I probably will just I may sound like I'm chewing a little bit, but we all family. Hello.
Okay, ain't nothing new.
Yeah, I don't do the mukbangs and all that horrible sounding and stuff. So we good. I'm
Good.
glad Izzy foiled Leslie playing to be alone with Ted and Eva. I'm so tired of
Oh, you know what, John does you missed it, but you came in at a great time because we were just finishing with Anita ringing the bell, and you actually being a survivor as well. What are your thoughts on her choosing the lumpectomy over the mastectomy?
I think it depends. It since they shrunk it, they made sure to mention that.
Right.
Then that's a good option since they shrunk it. Now, I went with the mastectomy, but I was offered the lumpectomy as well. I think at the time I was still in my head about, I don't want to have to ever go through this again because I know people who had recurrences and stuff. And of course, you're still dealing with it. It's so emotional, and the anger and the
Right.
this and the that. I hadn't evolved. I wasn't at the point of evolution at that point to have all these. Oh, I was meant to go through that. No, I was mad. So
Right.
yeah, I keep it. I keep it 100. I was mad. So
I appreciate that honesty, and honestly, I feel like we've seen that parts of that with Anita,
yeah,
just being so frustrated.
I love that they showed that, the anger, the frustration, all of that. Yeah, I think I know people who have done both. So, it didn't really phase me one way or the other. I think will tell you where I was very emotional, and I was like, dang you beyond the gates. Cause you watching it on the app. I
Mhm.
had, I was watching it because I was trying to catch up, and I had just finished putting my makeup on, and I said, "I'm good. I'm just watching." As soon as she started ringing that bell, I wanted to cuss everybody out. I said, "See, damn it!
He
I
messing
had
up.
literally just put put the powder on my face, and I was like,
Don't feel bad, Jonda. I absolutely said I turned into Mrs. Softy. I was, oh, that's so sweet.
Right.
But
"Oh, it was beautiful." Because
yes,
I was like, "Oh, I'm not going to cry." I thought it was going to be hokey,
Right.
Um, I don't know why in my head I was like, well, since she doesn't have it in real life, it's gonna be like whatever. But I tell you, it's something about her ringing that bell, and she put the emotion in it or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
hats off to Miss Tooney because she has played the hell out of this whole storyline.
yes,
I know that it has been exhausting in a lot of ways, but I can't take away from the fact that her in referring to them by their real names because breaking the fourth wall. um I can't yeah, we're like, okay, it was time to wrap it up, so I'm glad they are in the process of doing that.
Mhm.
But just we got to give props to her and Clifton. They have played the hell out of this.
They have.
absolutely no. I couldn't agree more. Look, I
The
think they
whole
deserve an applause.
And who else to me came to the table in a different light in this role is Danny.
Carla.
I
Yeah.
feel like this storyline, and not just its impact on her in terms of the taking the test. Yeah, there's that aspect of it, but just the seeing a different side of
Yeah.
the relationship with her and her parents to me was it really deepened my respect for her acting chops. I have been very impressed by how the Danny role and of course hats off to the actress, the evolution of her character within the context of being their daughter, and
Yeah.
showing how it's showing the grown up who can also be there for her parents, as opposed to just the therapist good girl. And that's no knock to Nicole, but it's just the way their roles were written. So I'm glad to see her fully fleshed out even in her role as a daughter. So I've liked all three of them. They're superstars to me in this, the way that this all played out.
I
I
completely
agree with
agree.
you. I think they sort of switched places in the storyline.
Yeah.
Nicole is going through her own sort of private stuff and
She's nasty
Which is
Nikki.
fine. Yeah.
living her best life. And Danny is in a place where I think she feels like my private life is going well, and so I
Yep.
can be there for someone else. And I don't even know that she went in doing that for that reason. I just think it came about and she sort of woke up and realized, hey, my dad needs me. Hey, you know, um, people are struggling. I can be stronger. I she, even when she found out that she had the gene, she cried a couple of days and then she was like, I gotta stand up. I gotta,
I gotta be there for my mom.
yeah,
Yeah.
she pulled herself up, and even now she's trying to eat right and not drink so much. Like she could have gone down the road of Danny, and she did not. And so I love what they've done with her.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that, and obviously it's a soap opera, but we talk about it like it's real. So we'll just keep doing that. I, I mean, that's what we're here for, right? I
Danny
think
is my best friend. What are you talking
exactly. I feel that way. And we go hard in here fighting for these folks
about?
like
Oh
they real.
yeah.
I also think that if we're treating them like they're real people, to me it also speaks to the when a show it's when somebody's going through one aspect of their life, obviously they're immersed in that aspect of their life, but then when something else is going on, you get to see other parts of what makes them a fully formed
Right.
360-degree person. And so I think that this is who Danny is. I think that there is a reason why her and Nicole are so close. Yes, when the show started, because of what was going on in Danny's life, you got to see the out the wild and crazy Danny that they talk about, the one who ran off to be a model and whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, there is a reason why Danny and Nicole, when you just look at it from the sister standpoint, as we know, sisters are not all sisters are close.
Amen to that.
And I think that, to me, it's what we see in Danny. We see there is a reason why her and Nicole are close friends, not just sisters, because
Right.
there is something that Nicole gets out of that relationship too. This is showing us that Danny is a mature person that shows up for people. And we've been kind of talking about that in other ways anyway. But
Right.
that Danny is a mature person that shows up to people that can be depended upon for good advice, even if her advice is usually we gonna be about it and get out in these streets and fight. But there's a reason why she and Nicole are actually friends, not just sisters.
You know what? You just touched on a nerve for me, and I'm not gonna skip ahead. But in that scene with Anastasia, we clearly needed Danny. We
Oh, for
clearly
sure.
needed
Because
Danny
Nicole was not enough. Yeah.
because Nicole did not do enough for me, and it pissed me
Right.
off.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna look at some of the comments. Hold on. Angel said, "I'm glad Izzy spoiled Leslie's plan to be alone with Ted and Eva." I agree. She also said that was it Tamara? She better win an Emmy for this storyline. I absolutely agree. Kamara said, "I love how we saw that Danny
Yes.
really was daddy's girl."
Hand clap to Kamara. Yep.
Right. Anita asked her to look after her daddy, and she truly did. It broke my heart to see Vernon cry in her arms. Superior acting. I love these actors. That was so well said, Kamara. So well said.
Yeah.
And Cleo said, "Hey, Jonda."
Hey, Cleo.
Cleo's our birthday girl. She
Happy
said,
birthday, girl.
Nicole don't know how to read. That's the problem. What? Oh, yes. Okay. When you said read,
Yeah.
I was like, hold on.
Read like they can read.
Like read her down. Yes.
And
the
you know
fact
what?
that
That makes sense. That's true to their characters. Danny is the one who we would expect to be the reader.
But if there's ever a time for you to defend somebody, it should be your grandchild. We've seen Nicole collapse under not defending herself, not defending her marriage, not defending her own child, Kat. But in the face of this, all you could say is, "Don't say that to her. No, don't let me tell. Don't don't say that to her no more. And then she continues to talk, and you don't do very much. Like,
So my issue, I feel like,
but some people are who they are. You have some, and you know, and to me, that's not a character flaw. That's just who she is. Not everybody is it goes hard in the paint. Like we said, that's that's Danny. Danny is going to be the one who is going to be about it. Like I think that's just that is just a personality thing as opposed to whatever. It's kind of like we all have the family member, or the family member may be you, and you're the one that people call.
hello, you
We
are
all have that person who we're like, oh, if she was here, man, she would have lit the place up. Now,
right.
you might be that one, but you might not be, and you might be the one saying, damn, I should have said whatever. That's why I needed so and so here, because she would have went in. I think that's just who Nicole is.
No, I think that is the case. I just don't like that about Nicole.
Yeah.
Here's my
When
whole
a
thing.
situation occurs and we don't have the bout it relative there at the ready to pick up the slack. Absolutely. Because if Danny was there to jump in and read, then it wouldn't have mattered that Nicole didn't. But since Danny wasn't there, it allowed, or anybody really, it allowed Anastasia to get away with it. So
it allowed her to get away with it. Her granddaughter got away with it, and you didn't even have very many comforting words, so that your grandchild really felt like she had to extricate herself, because all you were giving her was pity little, don't worry, people, you're not what people say you are. And
yeah.
I mean, in the face of how they were talking to her, and she knowing that that's actually the case, that her mother was living under a bridge, that she may feel inadequate. Like, for you not to come, I'm sorry, I have a problem when people don't come to the defense of children.
That was my issue, Elaine. I was so triggered because,
at least Kat is an adult and can speak up for herself. I have had a problem with her not defending Kat, but Samantha's a whole child.
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's that whole. Some people are just. They are just the whole we go low, we go. If they go low, we go high thing, and they can't. That's just who they are, and in certain moments, you just can't go high. Damn it!
Right. I just felt bad for Samantha sitting there having to listen. Like, if anything, I would have said, Samantha, go to the car while I cuss this bitch out. Or, you know what I'm saying? But the fact that she had to sit there and eat it, and then Chessie came and gave it to her. And I'm not saying run, but you're not doing anything to make her feel safe. Like, she can still hear from across the room this lady saying all this nasty shit to her. And so
everybody else can hear also. It was atrocious.
Yeah, that really bothered me. Okay,
they're doing this on purpose because they don't want the Duprees to be some ghetto fabulous family. But this goes too far for me. You could defend they can defend themselves.
But I will say in this case, I think that there is a case to be made for the fact that, yes, obviously we don't like seeing anything happen to a child, and we're watching it, we're like, yeah. But I think there is a case to be made as well for when someone is behaving atrociously and everyone is seeing how horrible they are behaving, that yes, it feels horrible. And of course, the child needs to be removed as quickly as possible. But there is something to be said for the fact that they are actually making themselves look far worse by displaying their own behavior. They're other than other people who are nasty like her, people who are not that way are not going to leave that moment thinking well of her.
You're right. And that's what it even Chessie said. I'll say it, but I have enough sense about myself to not let other people hear me say it.
Right.
So even she got it.
Yeah.
Kamara said, now Nicole did reach out and touch Leslie. Yes, thank you for the reminder. The problem was Ted stopped her. I was hoping I was hoping she was going to, because the fact that she was just glaring at her and staring at her. And I said, but what are you waiting for? Reach out and touch somebody's face. What do you mean? She could have gave her a good slap, gave her a good Anita slap.
And then Anastasia would have pressed charges.
Oh yeah, because she do give me that type. She do give me that type.
She would have pressed charges. She would have sued her and whatever. And at the end of the day, sticks and stones.
I still don't understand why she ain't been kicked out if they supposed to run the country club, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but because remember, we can't complain about Anastasia when Leslie's still a member.
That part. And now it looks like Joey's a member. So I said, oh, you did get your admission. Oh, right. Angel said Nicole doesn't know what she stands for. Her non-negotiables, to me, that woman exudes cowardness. Okay. I hear you, Angel.
See, I think Nicole does know what she stands for. She just doesn't do it in a way that...
She has a very Michelle Obama, like you said. She's just going to take the high road.
Yeah.
She's actually practicing laying down very much right now. So.
Oh, God. You are stupid.
We talking about this kind of thing. We talking about this.
Look, Nicole caught a stray for being on her back. All right. So then let's talk about Naomi probes Jacob for answers. And that's when he finally tells her, look, it's Leah with, what's her name, Whitmore. And I think, like you said, Leah's last day is coming up soon because she's
May 26th is her last air date.
Yeah, 26. So yeah, and I wish they would. I actually like Leah. I actually really like Leah.
I like her. I think she's a great actress.
When I tell you, oh Lord, see, I'm getting mad, and
Lord, don't get the blood pressure up.
Girl, got my pressure up, and I ain't even got the words out. When I tell you, I was. See, I'm gritting my teeth. I was fighting mad when she kept asking him, and then I don't know what pissed me off more. That's why I was so mad. I literally cut off my phone because I was watching on my phone. I literally cut off my phone and had to walk away and come back to it like an hour later.
Oh, GC chair.
I don't know what pissed me off more. Her asking him and being insistent about it, or him breaking and telling her. Because if any freaking body knows better than to be pushing and asking him those questions, it's her. But that's because she don't practice real law. She probably got her law degree from the same place that
Cheyenne Bryant
got her fake doctorate. That's the damn problem.
Everybody getting it tonight. Shots fired. I love it.
That's probably the damn problem because she know better than anybody on that show other than the other cops and her daddy not to be probing that man, asking him questions during an active investigation.
But she has to protect Ashley.
Behind the scenes and find out, then you do it that way. But you don't hold your man who is a cop's feet to the fire when he is in the middle of an undercover investigation, asking him questions, especially when it could be people that you know and will encounter. And then he pissed me off because instead of him just saying, which he should have said to her, if this the way you're going to be about it, little rendezvous over, I'm leaving, and I guess we just have to deal with the fallout of all of this when my mission is over, because what I'm not going to do is tell you, especially about your little flaky ass friend. And this also proves that she wants Ashley more.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I said, but I agree with you.
Okay, LA, my life, this proves it. That's her real book.
And it was crazy because when even Bill was like, screw Ashley.
Yes.
I was like,
what is happening? Bill was like, listen,
not only does she run tell that and tell Ashley, she tells Ashley at the hospital where the bitch works out in the at the nurse.
That whole storyline has been like this, Jonda. Hello, every conversation that Jacob has, before you came on, or before we came on, I was just saying, we don't know who's gonna die, but we had a rest in peace Derek sign up, right? But because somebody going out next week, um, I said I was happy it wasn't Jacob, but we both agreed that Jacob does need to like get hurt or something
Yeah, oh,
because
absolutely.
he
We've
has
been
just
saying
been
that for the longest
atrocious
that he
during
needs
this
to get hurt.
storyline.
And can I just say, even if he comes out successful and which I assume he is, and he may be hurt and need to be
He need
healed.
to be fired.
At this point, I forgot if it was Cornelius who was on TikTok or Ed TV Talks, but somebody made a good point. They are really terrible. I think it was Ed TV Talks, and he says that they're not doing really well with these medical and this whole case storyline. Like, and even the law case. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like, it seems
Yeah.
like it falls short. And yeah.
And these are the primary fields on every soap. So
Right.
anybody who is a halfway decent writer should have this. If they don't have nothing else together, they should have that. They should have.
But
that.
if you don't even have to be a writer, if you're a halfway decent watcher, how many? So you and I have watched soaps. Teresa's watched soaps in the past. We've seen storylines like this and know that a storyline can be good and it doesn't have to take place in front of a wall and involve only discussions of bad things that nobody cares about. Like, this was just a bad storyline. They didn't take us with them to care about it. There's no one involved that we would care about. Where are the
And all we got was a brick wall.
So like who's they didn't even give us buy-in. Like, they should have let up going, oh, somebody needs surgery and we don't have enough blood to get us to buy into the fact that there's a blood shortage. There's no blood shortage. No one has mentioned not having blood on you.
Not one time.
And even when Smitty, that's a great point. Even when Smitty asked Ted about it, and he was like, "Nah, I mean that's usually a problem outside the U.S." I said, "So what are we doing?"
So why are you investigating this if it's not that big of a deal for people to take blood?
Because of the poor little boy and sob story that Smitty gave Jacob,
which I forgot about because who cares?
Right, because we don't know that little boy.
Don't know that little boy from a can of damn paint.
We don't. GC Chair said, I hope it's Naomi's last day instead of Leah's.
You stupid.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, wait a minute. Why y'all put up in loving memory?
Because we holding the services. And what's so crazy, I'm interested because whoever made this, and the internet is undefeated. So it could absolutely just be something fake and whatever. But I find it really interesting that they have his end date May 20th, which would be next week.
Well, that's when. Well, the coming attractions say it's going to be Monday somebody dies. I mean, it's going to be Wednesday that somebody dies.
Wow.
And the recaps for next week, Nikki Smith that she posts.
Yes, I didn't see that in there. Okay.
Yeah, and you reposted it. It's on Wednesday.
Look, I be reposting it and don't even be reading. I just be reposting it for y'all.
It says somebody dies, and the way I knew that it wasn't going to be Jacob is because the next day, Kat, Bill, and Naomi compare notes. So Naomi's not comparing notes the day after her husband dies. So I didn't believe that it would be her. And then Friday, Danny and Andre console a friend, a close friend, for their loss. Maybe.
Wait a minute. Why would Danny and Andre?
That's what I was like. Who is Danny and Andre close to?
Yeah, because
Ashley?
Danny and Andre aren't close to Ashley.
No, they aren't. But she knew Ashley growing up with Naomi because they've been longtime friends. So she did know Ashley, and she, of course, she thinks she's friends with Andre.
True. Okay.
So I was trying to connect all of those things. You know me, I'm going down the Yellow Brick Road. And then also on Thursday, it says Marcel interviews a perp.
Mm.
And he called Leah a perp today.
Oh, at Elaine connecting the dots. What GC
Well,
Chair say?
I don't think we had to worry about it being Leah that dies when you take that little nugget about Naomi, and I mean not Naomi, about Danny and Andre consoling a close friend. So I'm gonna have to assume that, as weird as it is, I'm and I guess if we put it within the context of Naomi's closeness to Ashley and Danny, obviously, being in tune with her, daughter and her daughter's friend, uh then I guess we'll have to assume that she um I guess we would have to assume that maybe the person they're consoling is Ashley.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, it could
I
be
can't think of
Ashley, but
anybody
that
else
could
it
be
would be.
Derek or Grayson also, because they would still
Yeah.
have to comfort her.
Yeah, they would still have to comfort her because even when you widen the net, who would they be consoling if Leah died? It wouldn't say a close friend if it was Jacob, because that's her son-in-law.
Right.
Yeah, it does lend itself to
Derek going up yonder to be with his
Ashley.
Lord.
Yeah, because the only other close friend that they would be consoling for a loss, but just focusing on the close friend thing, would be Vanessa, and we know Joey's not going anywhere. So yeah, unfortunately, I think
Ooh, and now mind y'all, we public, so we can't go too hard today, but I am gonna bring up the topic a little bit later because a lot of people on Twitter are not happy about the way the show is going. But let me get back to the subject at hand.
About that, would you rather binge watch or watch BTG every day?
No. Oh, who said that? No, I was saying
DeMarcus is asking.
Oh, DeMarcus.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
DeMarcus be watching. And thank you for the super chat, $2 super chat. Would y'all rather binge or watch BTG every day? I'm a everyday girl, but see, because I do the individual
every day,
recap,
it just hasn't been working out for me that way lately. But I prefer every day because another reason, I'm just going to be honest, why every day is better for me right now is that the show hasn't been all that. So when I have to catch up, then I don't always stick with my catch-ups because it hasn't been all that.
Yeah, 2 episodes in a row and it's not good. I don't want to keep binging. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna sit here for 3 hours. No, I'm not doing this.
And I love because DeMarcus, our male in the chat, but he be trying to dress like Vernon. He loves some Vernon. I'd be like, go ahead, DeMarcus. Okay, let me get to some of the comments. Because y'all going in. Let me see my virtual co-host. Cheap said, why is Jacob still linking up with Naomi for sex session when his cover has been compromised and he knows she was with Ashley when that photo was taken? Cheap, I don't know. Can you tell me? Please? I want to understand.
Right.
Because I don't know either. I have questions. Oh, look at my other co-star who unfortunately isn't here today because she's helping her niece Pooh. I think you said it was your niece get ready for prom. So of course we want her to take care of them first. But thank you so much for the $10 super chat. And yes, please make sure y'all hit the like button as well. All right, let me go back up. Where was I? Okay. Kamara, what the Dupree should do is think outside the box, go behind the curtain, start removing Anastasia's membership in the club and some other things at Fairmont Crest because they are the founders. That's what you would think. But at this point, again, I'm not going to get into it right now. You would think Joey runs everything.
Right.
You would think his family is
Joey is omnipresent everywhere.
Everywhere.
The same thing they did with Leslie, putting her in everything. What was the purpose of all of a sudden inserting him into the story? Like what? And what did he add?
Nothing.
I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing some water, but I'm here.
Oh,
they gave us a detour into someone's following Smitty, and it gave us nothing.
Right. And I don't get me wrong. I love John Lindstrom. I think he is a great actor. It's nothing. But again, it from the audience, the ex audience, which I love, it does feel a little bit like a bait and switch. You told us it was going to be about this, and now we're getting something totally different. And I don't know if that just has something to do with how the first year went. And so they were like, okay, well, the audience wants this, but no, that's not what we want. We want Dupree.
I think this is more of them thinking, them saying to themselves, "Hey, we're gonna be creative and write our own stuff." And then when things don't work out, they tune into what we're saying on social media and say, "Hey, well, they really like this person. Let's put them on more."
Right.
And then overdoing it,
Okay.
overcorrecting. When that's not even, they don't get all of the things that we're saying. Like, we liked Leslie in her role. We enjoyed the role that she had when she was changing her hair and her disguises and being slick. You never saw anybody online going, I know, give her some of Anita's money and we can put her on par with Anita. That was their creative idea, to keep her on screen and keep her on contract and get her more involved. But it literally backfired because nobody online likes it.
A few people are diehard Leslie, and I get it.
A few of the people like it because she's permanent, but it makes no sense she's wandering around and doesn't have a story with money.
Right. And she doesn't really, I'm gonna be honest, outside of, like you said, wandering around and bothering folks, she's almost like a younger Anastasia. Let's just be honest.
Right.
That's literally her purpose.
With no bouginess to her, because she talks bad to children. She did the same thing to Samantha. But she actually told June the other day, well, you live on that bridge. I don't know why I don't have
you know what's so funny?
Invitation to the cotillion.
Shout out to my girl Sky, because I love Sky, but when she said something about her living under the bridge, I said, Jesus Christ. I said, I know Sky is over here hollering, okay? Because she went 10 toes down. She went hard on June. So I was like, and
even that, but at least what our criticism of June is makes sense. We didn't say act like she didn't live on a bridge. We're saying don't make her a crackhead and then like some person who's the wisest person on the show and everybody should listen to her because she got a job at the diner. Like, those things can't happen overnight. I like what they've done with June in trying to get her to recover, and more recently they've made her into someone more realistic, so she's not like doling out advice to rich people about things she has no idea of. And more in line with, I have these things that I'm embarrassed about. I don't want to embarrass my kids. Like, she needs some self-confidence boost too. It was ridiculous to make her a crackhead one day and then make her just ever
Yoda.
And make her Yoda.
Yeah, like people just walking up to her. Can I have some apple pie? And what do you think I should do with my life?
So can I tell you, I was just getting ready to say it. So June got her psychology degree from the same place Naomi got her law degree, the University of Orphe Jeans. Okay. And I don't think that they have accreditation, but
they lost their accreditation the same day that Argonne or Argonne University lost theirs. Argosy. That's what it was.
Cleo said exactly. Even her daddy told her, F Ashley, she's not important. Okay. GC chair, I think they do need consultants, and I do think in a way they use us as consultants and we just not getting paid. Because please understand, there's been too many things that happened that we've said verbatim that have happened on the show for us to not believe that we're unpaid consultants. I'm sending somebody an invoice. That's all I'm saying.
I think the problem is the show came on with a good mix of old soapiness and new sort of pacing and fast-paced stories, and the people were texting, and so it was this good combination of things. And then they sort of slowed things down considerably. So and then took some people in directions that the audience, the new audience that they got to tune in, they aren't into. And so, um, unfortunately, I just think the writers got it wrong, and often do get it wrong, and are being they're being told, oh, you could be creative, but they're sort of not checking back in fast enough. So, the whole Haley thing, they had us in October when they revealed that she was a con artist, but here we are in May, and this story is still going on. She's been poisoning him since October.
And what they have to understand is in 2026, we are dealing with, if you're trying to gain a new audience, we are dealing with an audience who, not literally, but figuratively, we live in a world of ADD, 152 characters or less. If it ain't moving, if it ain't interesting, then you got to move on. You're dealing with, TikTok and all of that. People like stuff quicker. It doesn't always make for good storytelling, but it's the reality if you're going to hold an audience. I'm not saying that it has to be as quick as Gen Z or Alpha would like it, but hell, even as an Xer, it's slow.
Mm-hmm. GC Chair, what do you mean about what about Elon?
I think maybe she's talking about when we're talking about people being dead, maybe.
Oh no, Elon can't
trying to figure out who was dying.
Yeah, no, Chief Sexy Daddy can't go nowhere. Okay, Chief Sexy Daddy, I said it. Y'all hear me beyond the gates. Hear me clearly.
And who would Danny be consoling as a friend in relation to Elon? Nobody.
Yeah.
Elon ain't got no friends.
Hey, welcome. And thank you for joining. Hey, Naya. I'm keeping it low key because I'm trying to get off here in a decent time, Naya. So you can participate in the chat, but I'm not bringing anybody else up tonight. Cleo said she'd rather watch every day. No, I don't like binge watching. I like daily binging is exhausting for me. It very well, trust me, that's how I feel when I be doing my individual recaps and I be like, I've seen this already. But then I gotta Dana Leslie will miss a couple of episodes of Beyond the Gates because she's not okay, look at DeMarcus coming through. She's not gone from Family Business, and I don't watch Family Business, but I know
Family Business probably tapes all of their episodes inside of 15 minutes, like a Tyler Perry show.
Yeah,
they do it. It is not that good that I would suggest that they are filming that longer than a week.
Yeah.
Okay, he said we'll probably see Ted Richardson more since she's still alive over there. Okay, so you think we're gonna get a Leslie break, which I'm not mad at.
Alive in a coma.
Oh God, I can't. Not alive in a coma.
She is.
I just
they thought she was not around, but she's actually in a coma. Yeah.
Ben Gavin, I'm so sorry you're going up yonder. I'll miss it. You're cool. And that's so sad. I didn't even know that man's real name because that's how not tuned in I am. Like if I would have saw him on the street, I would have been like Derek. I don't care what nobody say. I hate losing people like this. So sad. It is good luck on your new project. I mean, they kind of already told us he was kind of segueing out, and we've seen less and less.
I would have liked for him to just decide to leave. Killing people off is so permanent. And I know you could bring people back to life, but if he gets killed in a shootout, he can't be brought back to life. Like, at least Doug, the body was burnt beyond recognition, and he could be brought back. And in the preview, it says, speaking of Donnell, that he has a reunion with a McBride. Who do we think that is?
Oh, yes. Thank you. You took the words out my mouth. You took the words because everybody's like, Doug coming back. I said, I don't know how I know how they going to do it. And that would be, first of all, I need all lined up. I need Lynette to show up in her cotillion dress all pretty and scare the hell out of everybody. I need Doug to show up and see Vanessa there and with the kids and Deanna and Donna. Yes, I need it all. Okay, BTG, hear me. I know it's already written, but I know y'all go back and change. Look, this is what we need. I need Doug to come back. I've been wanting it, needing it, and because I want to see how Vanessa act, especially since lately we've seen her grieving him a lot more. And
They
you know, they
do.
give us these little nuggets. So that you took the words out of my mouth, Elaine. That was very good.
DeMarcus, I hate to hurt your feelings, but 2 points. One, Roja only comes on once a week.
Right.
Two,
And it's two
two,
separate networks.
not only that, but it is very different audiences. We're talking barely 1 million viewers versus a daytime TV audience. And while people of a certain age may watch those shows or started out those shows, there is still a substantial portion of people in the world, despite the fact that Bravo viewers don't understand that, they have no idea who or what these shows are. So as far as Roja, and then finally on that, bless your heart, because I started out back in the day watching too, but that show jumped the shark 5 seasons ago, along with all the rest of them.
I don't know, Jonda. You know, Rhode Island is giving the girls what they need.
What Rhode Island is new. I'm talking about the ones that
have been here. Yes, I agree.
10, 12, 47 seasons.
Oh, not 47. Trisha is still, oh, I know DeMarcus, she's still alive in family business. And you think, I don't think one has, now this is when I have to side with Jonda. I don't think one has anything to do with the other.
No. It's just like Carlton is on Sisters, Divorced Sisters, and so is Terrell. The two have nothing to do with each other.
And you see Carlton's storyline on Sisters is popping. I don't watch it, but I hear everybody talking about it.
Yeah.
And hell, back in the day, who's our girl? Give me her real name. But she played Drusilla. Sis had like
Wow.
She had 4 shows on at one time. She was on YR during the day, Diagnosis Murder at night. And that was a real network show, 22 seasons.
Yeah.
I mean 22 episodes, the way that it's supposed to be done, real deal, and hour long. And she had a real role. She wasn't just popping in and out.
Okay, I hear you, Blatant Truth. Hey, welcome, Bookie Boo. And thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate you. I feel like I ain't seen you in a while, but maybe just because I've been all over the place. But I'm glad to see you, Boo. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Would you say she wasn't alive last week?
I know, but we was on a Saturday last week. Remember?
Right. I think we threw everybody off. Yeah. Kamar said, "Wait a minute, y'all. Where's Donnell? That guy told Jacob the VIPs were going to be there. The mess is going down during the cotillion. Donnell's MIA. Could Donnell be the impaler?
Kamara, I'm gonna fight you.
Ooh, you know Kamara be having some good theories though. Kamara always come to us with the good theories.
Donnell, Will Donnell, who can't say no to his mother, is not the impaler.
Okay, and we're gonna get into that because that Vanessa, she's been pissing me off. But Betty at 74, Derek is recurring and Leah is leaving, so it's gonna be one of them. Okay. Doug, it's Doug. Oh, look, let me find out you a BCG writer hiding in the chat, hiding in the bushes. If that, I can't wait. Okay, what do y'all think this is, Miss Foxy, aka Lynette, going on with? What you mean? I'm trying to okay, hold on. I think I misread it. Retype it, Naya, because I want to understand. But I like the nickname for Lynette, Miss Foxy.
I think she's just saying, what do we think is going on with her?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Jonda. I think that Lynette is somewhere locked in somebody's closet.
I don't think that he had the heart. He ain't got it in him.
No, he ain't unalive her. He ain't unalive her. No,
he got that in him. Not unalive anybody, and then you sitting there in the diner flirting with the church lady. Sit down.
Talking about how you trying to find Jesus up under her skirt
like that.
Oh, y'all. Now Isaiah know he needed more than Matt. Okay, Naya, thank you, because I was worried about you because I know you love some Isaiah and you kind of. I don't want to tell the people that you like evil, but you know what I'm saying. So I'm happy that you said that. Come through, sis. I knew you had good.
Saying he don't have no home, so I guess he don't have no food either.
When somebody on Twitter literally at me and said, hobo. What do you expect from the hobo section?
I did see that. I was like, wait, that's Tree's word.
Right, because I put that out there. I laughed. I hollered because I was like,
how are you going to offer to cook when nobody asked you to? They were gonna
At
go to
my
a
house.
restaurant. You offer to cook and you do macaroni and cheese?
Yo, and again, my thing
And
is
not even lobster mac? Something?
no, but somebody put in the chat truffle. Truffle is expensive. We know that. But I, like you said, Jonda, I
That
just
is a
feel
side dish at best.
I agree with you, but again, a lot of people feel like no, you could have just took the mac and cheese. I feel like this. My issue with it wasn't just the mac and cheese, but like Elaine said, he served it like it was a casserole. And the thing about it is that's not how we do mac. Like you said, it's a side for us. And Eva said something about, oh, my baby's preparing a feast when she was talking to Leslie. That wasn't no feast, girl. That was one dish.
And on top of that, why would you volunteer to do it if you weren't, if this is, I give up. With a mother like the mother that he has, who has very exacting standards, we know good and well that when she prepared a meal for, I could tell, when his mama prepared a meal for company, because that's what you call it, company, it was laid out. So he know that that's not a meal. His own mama would be embarrassed, and she don't even like Leslie and Eva like that.
You know what? And I think Joey would be embarrassed. You see how he throws down for Vanessa.
Meals for her,
yeah. So no, I think even he would be embarrassed. Hey, Rare Breed. Fast forward most of Eva's scenes with the main entree mac and cheese, but I don't feel like I missed much. You didn't, baby. You didn't. Literally, somebody.
To give Eva some grace, I will say that the scene with her and Iz saying they love each other was somewhat
okay. That was sweet.
That was cute. So.
Now y'all gonna make me jump ahead again. Okay, so let's talk about how, because I'm sorry, some of y'all may have felt this was heartfelt and sweet. Now, Elaine, our resident chronologist, okay, she keeps it straight. She lets us know what happened, when it happened, and that's why we love her. This man, because I didn't even remember the gift last year, but I knew it was weak at AF. And he gave her a picture frame, and I figured that out from Elaine.
A picture frame with her own picture in it.
With her own picture in it. Now, this year, you give her a teddy bear, a pillow, and some perfume. And I just felt like, for me, I was just sitting there like, this is why she's okay accepting napkin bracelets.
Right, because y'all not showing her she's worth anything, with the exception of her mother, who is just trying to give her things that she never gave her before. So it makes sense that Leslie is buying her expensive things. But you have money, Ted. What is wrong with you?
And that's one thing, and y'all know I have not agreed with Leslie.
We already know there is something wrong with Ted. He is devoid of.
He's unemotionally intelligent. He's absolutely unemotionally intelligent.
Feelings.
Yeah, he just doesn't get it. Because even as I was editing and redoing my recap for episode 80, and that's the one where it's the anniversary and Nicole is in his office, and she was like, yeah, we talked all night, and he was like, I don't remember what you said. I said, get out of my face. Get out of my face. What do you mean? We talked all night, probably till the sun came up, and she was like, we talked about like she really remembers the conversation. He don't remember nothing.
Right.
I said, I can't. I don't care how sexy. I know some people in the chat might like him, but yeah, Ted is dead to us. Okay.
Okay. Two quick things in the chat. Hey sis, I see you there. And the second one is RJS. Ted has a seafood allergy. Cook chicken. I ain't letting it cook. I ain't letting it go.
I'm not either. You could have made chicken. There's a lot of things that go with mac and cheese. You could have easily. I done had many times had me a steak, mac and cheese on the side, and whatever the vegetable was, and maybe some broccoli.
Follow my timeline. You'll see sides and main dishes to go with macaroni.
Okay, look, please, Elaine, go ahead and use your platform to educate the people. This is a perfect time.
How many times have I made macaroni and? It was never just macaroni.
Right. Welcome. What is it? R.A. Gordon. Welcome. I believe that's Jonda's line sister.
Yes,
and
she
then
is.
RJS. Welcome. I'm so happy for Eva because this man truly loves her. Now, about Isaiah's dinner. Isaiah and Eva are young and he's a bachelor. He's homeless. They don't do any better most of the time. Can I be honest with you, Kamar? And I really am. I do be trying to think like that, and I be trying to, because I know I have
Nope.
expensive taste. I've been like that for a very long time,
Nope.
so I know that. But
I'm
even
not
my
giving it to you. I'm not giving it to you. One, he's got a job, get takeout. Two, as I said, going back to his mama, Eva might have an excuse not to, in maybe not knowing how to cook, because who knows if Leslie gave her home cooked meals. But we have seen Isaiah's mother and his father. We know that Elon, sexy Elon, demanded a good home cooked meal, and we know that his mama made sure that they had home cooked meals because we've seen her. No, that mofo know that he should have came better. He just in his living his homosexual lifestyle.
No, but I do agree that this is very young because my kid who is 25 will only eat macaroni and cheese.
But he would know that if he was doing a nice dinner for someone, even
Now,
if
yes, he should know if you're making this for somebody else.
Exactly.
More than macaroni and cheese.
if
But
it was just
their
him and
parents,
Eva,
my 25-year-old will eat just Kraft macaroni and cheese. She don't even eat real macaroni and cheese.
oh, she eat the Kraft.
She eat Kraft. She
yeah,
will
but
not.
we've opened there. I ain't gonna lie and say that I won't pull out a box of Velveeta shells and cheese or whatever. It just that, whatever. Hell, we'll share it. But this ain't about you cooking for yourself.
Yeah. Well, if you inviting people over and it's
Yes.
a special dinner for somebody's birthday, no.
So can I just tell y'all, and this is how throwback. I've never done this, but I've heard about people doing it. Has anybody ever done the hot dogs and the mac and cheese?
No, I don't do hot dogs at all. So I'm not.
I've seen it done, but it's not my thing. But
Okay, I never did it, but I seen people in college days or whatever. Because literally,
I've
even
seen
when
it
I
done.
was in
It's not-
college,
it's just not my
I
thing.
was the
I like
one,
hot dogs.
and I do too. But I like them in a bun. Like I don't want them in my mac and cheese. But even when I was in college, I was that girl with the snuck in the hot plate, even though I wasn't supposed to have it, and I was cooking for the whole dorm. Like we were eating. Like we weren't. So that's why I'm like I'm trying to. And I didn't grow up in a house where my mom was like cook. Like I literally didn't learn until I got out on my own and had to teach myself and trial and error and all that other stuff. And when I started cooking for my mans and them, and then it was like, oh, okay. But yeah, so no,
It's like noodles and noodles. When you're an adult and you have a household and you have people who are depending on you, you can't eat noodles and noodles for dinner and serve it to people. That's like your kid comes home from school. You want a snack? Here's oodles and noodles. Like, but you're not gonna make that for the whole family.
Oodles and noodles is my guilty pleasure, but I literally only eat that myself. Like if I decide I literally will, if I don't want to eat whatever I'm cooking or making for them, I will. Sometimes I just have a craving and I'd be like, damn, I would really like some oodles and noodles.
It's very quick and easy, but you gotta serve it at the dinner table.
No, I would never do that. I would never do that.
Like you done did something? No, sit down.
Yeah, like my pleasure, and among some of the other things you mentioned, and then I know we got to move on, but since we're sharing, mine is give me a Marie Callender's pot pie.
Oh my goodness, I love that. Me and my husband do that all the time.
Jonda, you sound like Jamel. He is, and granted, he was a bachelor for a very long time. That man loves a good frozen dinner, but when it comes to them pot pies, and it's
gotta be Marie Callender's.
Yeah,
there was one he got from Aldi's though that I ain't gonna hold you. It changed my life. I said, "This is good."
Or the fresh made one from Sam's. Don't sleep. It's the size of a whole giant pie. Like basically, it's almost the size of a medium-sized pizza, and they make it fresh. And you got to get them early in the day because people come and get them, and then you bake it yourself, and it's made fresh that day. That thing is thebomb.com. But anyway, all for the food. Okay.
Leo said, Treese, I wasn't moved because Tiny Ted said these are gifts he would have given her over the years, but Tiny Ted didn't want that baby, so he full of shit. Woo! Now there's that, and I remember Kimmy pointing that out too. Like, and Ed Talks, where they were like, yo, but you never wanted this kid, so you going back
Right,
all the things that I would have done.
He keeps apologizing anytime he says something nice about Kat. Like, what is your problem? Like, he doesn't apologize if he says something nice about Martin, but if he says something nice, offhanded about Kat, then he feels the need to apologize to Eva, but you don't do the same thing for Kat. To Kat, it's always do this, do that, be nice to your sister, da, da, da. But you're apologizing for mentioning a loving memory of Kat. Like, I'm really
it's upsetting. It's upsetting because it's like, again, it's something. There's a disconnect, and a lot of people. Okay, no, we can't do that. We can't skydive while I'm on live.
That is funny.
I'm just grateful he didn't sing the waffle song. So, hold on, y'all. I got it. So anyway, let me go to the next comment. DeMarcus said, no Ted Richardson slander, please. DeMarcus, so let me tell y'all something about DeMarcus. DeMarcus is, what's the word? I think it's an antagonist. He likes to go with the opposite of what everyone else. So if we are dogging Ted, he gonna go that side. He gonna go with Leslie. He gonna go with that's what he does, because he does the same thing when we cover Power. That is just who he is. He likes to grind your gears and start a conversation, but I love him for it. Cleo said baked chicken, vegetables, plantain seed. That's one thing I can't get with. Don't judge me. I don't like plantains, but I don't eat bananas either.
Not my thing.
Yeah.
I like bananas, not plantains.
Look, Ted is my guy. Team Ted. See, you already starting off wrong, DeMarcus. Ivory said, hey, everybody. Hey, Ivory. Hi, Ivory. Cleo, I think you said I've done it. I think you talking about the hot dogs and mac and cheese. Mm-hmm. That thing with Ted, I said this on Twitter. What about a father-daughter trip, a tennis bracelet, a charm bracelet with all the things he missed? I love tennis bracelets, so that's me. No, and that would make more sense to me. That would like a really nice.
Talking about you speaking like somebody who actually thinks about their children. Ted's Eva is only useful for Ted as his confidant because he really he share more inappropriate things with Eva than he does with Carlton. Where and mind you, if it was with Carlton, it would be appropriate because that's his peer.
Right. But he don't have no friends. And then even when he goes to his nephew, he don't listen to a word Andre said.
He really doesn't.
He don't even listen to anything that Eva says.
And I need help getting on Lego Star Wars.
Well, bring it to me. I'm not coming to you. I'm sorry, y'all. The kid is kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. So DeMarcus said, mix the Kraft and Velveeta mac and cheese together, y'all.
Ooh.
Yeah, no.
I will say this. I don't do Kraft anymore because it is just powder. I can't. But I have seen where people, when they do like I do mac and cheese from scratch, they do add that Velveeta cheese because it does make the cheese.
My sister-in-law does it, and I don't like it.
Yeah,
so
but most
it
people
does make it very
creamy.
It's a southern thing.
I was gonna say that is the way that most well, I can't talk. That's the way that most of us grew up. I mean,
yeah.
Even if you, and again, I'm dating myself. If you go back to the 90s and have a copy, I don't even know if it's in print anymore, but I cherish my copy and I use it regularly. The original, before she got diabetes, Patti LaBelle cookbook.
Yeah.
Even in her mac and cheese recipe, it
was Velveeta in it.
It's got,
but it's not just Velveeta.
No, it's got like 77 other cheeses in it, but Velveeta is
absolutely no.
Jalen wanted y'all to know that tigers don't only have striped skin; they have striped. What'd you say, Jalen? Striped skin and striped what?
Fur.
Yes, thank you. That's what he said. Striped skin and striped fur, whatever that means, because I thought his skin was his fur.
I know what that means. It means that if you shave him, the skin is striped. He's absolutely right.
Oh, okay. Look, my Elaine came through and said, "What you're not gonna do? Not too much on my nephew." Okay. And yes, I was cooking for the whole dorm, Demarcus. I didn't play that. I was like, we got to eat some real food. We can't eat this. What are they called? Meal plan food. I couldn't do that. Cleo said Tiny Ted is full of. Okay, I loved. Oh, she said she loved Ted too. So ain't no Ted slander around here. Okay. Cleo said, I'm from the Caribbean, so plantains. I know. And it's crazy because I lived in Miami and you would think as much food and yeah, and it literally every time I'll eat all types of curry chicken, but I move that plantain to the side. Now,
really?
what I
You don't eat plantains?
no, but
No.
you know
You
what I
don't eat Maduros or tostones? Either or?
No.
No, but you know what I do. So when I go to Puerto Rico, and I used to go like once a year at one point, but when I go to Puerto Rico and they do a lot of plantains, and I really like mofongo, and so when I get the mofongo, I do yuca instead of plantains. I love yuca, but I'm not a fan. When we were in Costa Rica, yuca that they are very heavy on the yuca.
Yeah.
So I was in my happy place. But yeah, no, I don't do plantains. It's mushy. I'm a texture girl.
Yes, but Maduros is mushy, but tostones is not. Tostones is the green one.
The crispy one? Yeah.
Yeah, Maduros is the soft one that's sweet.
I don't eat any of them.
So Marcus said them,
I like bananas, but I don't like plantains.
Yeah.
Oh, and see, I can't do either one.
Coming in on this, when we go off on these tangents, it speaks to how much we thought the show wasn't giving this week.
Right. It was so crazy. DeMarcus, I ain't even gonna hold you. I have not been to KFC in years. And I went one good day because they had a wrap and I saw that they had a pot pie. So I said, let me just get some. And I tasted it. I ain't even gonna hold you. That pot pie is good. That pot pie, and I really don't like KFC. Like I will not eat once they took that wrap off the menu. I have not been back. But yeah, that pot pie is fire. I'll give you that.
Wow.
Angel, do you think that's why Ted was recasted because the way they write him is so unrealistic? It could be. Well, no,
I think though, because the reality of it is that as we've discussed many times before, a lot, because of the change in writers right around that time, a lot of things went a little goofy with several characters, not just Ted. I think that the new Ted just happened to come at a point where the Ted character was shifting to becoming unlikable as the Leslie storyline blew up. So I think it was personally, I just think it's a timing issue.
Well, thank you, because that segues me into my next topic. Even when he went to scold Leslie, I didn't feel like he was like, how could you do that to Shanice? But yeah, I'll come to dinner with you. And I was just like, I
didn't pay him any attention.
I just want you to stand 10 toes down. And that's why you can never convince me that this man don't still see it for her.
And that's why you can't convince her that he doesn't see her. So what you said is both. It's one of those where it's double-edged, because on the one hand, as a viewer, then obviously we're looking at it that way. But if we step back into the world of Beyond the Gates, that is exactly why she doesn't see it either, because he makes it so easy to pull her back in. To pull him back in. You came over here to bless me out, as the old folks would say, about some things that I've in my carrying on, which was completely inappropriate. I mean, he was well within his rights to say something to her, and it was his job to say something to her, because she's carrying on like this, and Shanice should not have to do that. Just like when she does stuff to Nicole shouldn't have to do that. That is his job, to keep the trash that he unleashed on everybody in check.
My only issue with it is his time to do it was in the moment when it happened.
No, I
You
agree
let
with
her
you as
say
well.
that
No,
to
he doesn't crack,
Shanice and
so
let her walk away and say what she wanted to say. And then you had to explain to Shanice. And only when Shanice didn't accept your BS line did you feel like you had to go and approach her and tell her she was wrong. But the time to tell her she was wrong was in the moment to say,
no,
Amen.
I
that
agree
did
with
not
you.
happen. You're not going to talk
Don't
to
get
her
it
like that.
twisted. I'm not giving Ted, and when do I ever? I'm not giving Ted any credit whatsoever. I was just expounding on the fact that it was his job to do it. He didn't do it well, but it's still his job. However, all of that gets flushed down the toilet the minute her comeback is, like you said, well, by the way, let's have a family dinner for our baby. I don't owe you no family dinner with her. I owe Eva time with her for her birthday. I don't owe you nothing. Just because you saw me and Nicole do it, that's a different thing. Me and Nicole had 30 years of doing that.
You better say something, Jonda.
You don't rank on that list. Plus, me and Nicole did not plan that event together. An event was planned and we both went. None of which I have to explain to you, by the way, Ho.
And can I be honest? I think that if y'all remember, and again, like I said, because I'm catching up in real life on my individual recaps, when Smitty asked him, "Oh, well, I think Shanice is great. Are you bringing her to the cotillion?" And he said, "I don't know." I think once he heard that Nicole was going to be there by herself, he absolutely made sure that he was going to be there by himself. I still don't think he's taking Shanice. In my opinion, I may be wrong, and I may have egg on my face, and I'll come back and say I got egg on my face. But I don't think he's bringing Shanice to that cotillion.
I don't think he's bringing Shanice into his heart.
Woo!
Right, I think
where is my applause, Jonda? You are on fire tonight. We'll give you a 2-week break because you're coming back on fire.
Yeah. I think the whole conversation with her aunt today was silly when he's been running around telling everybody who will listen that he doesn't know if him and Shanice is going to make it because she's too serious and he don't know if he want to be serious. Now, all of a sudden, you want to pull her back in and you want to call her aunt? Like, which one is it, dude? Like, what are you doing?
He likes to play love games. And see, I don't play those games. And hey, Sweet Pea, I saw you come in the building. Welcome, babe. And look, you really not late because we ain't even moved past Monday. I mean, we kind of jumped around, but we all over the place because it's a mess. It's a mess. Okay. Cleo said, "Come on, Jonna. Tiny Ted is a moron."
Well, I mean, we all over the place because they are too. I mean, we could sum up. Vanessa was on what 3 or 4 times, and we could sum up that conversation very quickly because it was the same conversation over and over again with her and Joey. Same thing over and over again.
Hold on, we're gonna get to that. As a matter of fact, that's the next thing. Let me finish the comments, and that's the next thing I'll segue into. Leslie also wanted to have a dinner at the restaurant because she wanted to be a scene outside with Ted. Okay, that's a very good point. Very good point. Yeah. Thank you, DeMarcus, for finally being on the right side of history. Ted low-key still wants Dana Leslie. Absolutely. Yeah, John out here dropping them gems tonight. I love it. Look, Tiny Ted just want to get laid. Thank you, Cleo. I didn't want to say that because I love Shanice, and I don't want to make her seem like she's more than a piece of ass, but that's how he's treating her.
I mean, it is what it is, and that's not saying anything bad about her. I mean, well, number one, even if she just wanted to get laid again, my philosophy on that, grown folks, she's single, whatever. But that's not even the case with her. She actually genuinely likes him.
And that's the problem.
If that's what Ted wants, that still doesn't speak ill of her. I'm sad for her. The longer she does not see it, or she needs to follow her instinct. I think that she is, like many of us sometimes, she is not following that very important thing that we have that we often ignore to our detriment. She's not following her intuition. She know what it is.
Right. Yes. I think and that's why I think she's trying to walk away. But the fact that this man,
but she does like him. and he's sucking her back in.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like men like that. I don't.
Neither.
Because if you don't have any real intentions with me, don't go calling my family, doing all
Right.
like that. Don't make no sense.
Especially when you know I like you. If you know that I like you more too much in relation to where you are, don't keep playing.
Right.
Yeah, don't keep playing with me because Shanice ready to get damn married, and Ted is like, nah, I'm just trying to see you,
Right.
you know, in a compromised position.
Right.
Oh snap, cheap 83. Now she done dropped something. Hit it.
Cheap said, I hate that Dana.
Boom.
Ted still calls her Dana. Absolutely. It's a level of intimacy
Right.
that makes her
Yep.
special because
You
he
are
only
absolutely
Woo,
correct.
Cheap. Look, Cheap, I owe you an applause, baby.
There you go. There you go.
Y'all are on fire
goes-
tonight. Y'all are
that
making
goes
very
right-
valid points across the board, and I love it.
That
DeMarcus
goes
is
right back to what we said with the whole thing of how he makes her how he makes Leslie feel, even if it's misguided, how he makes Leslie feel that she still got it or got him, and that he's still low key, high key,
Mhm.
her teddy bear, even if not at this precise second.
Because he still gives her the time of day.
Yep.
And it don't matter how crazy I
And when
act,
she
he still
says
gives me the
jump,
time of
he
day.
says how high. Every time you need to take her to this event. He gives her tickets so that she could give the little dumb child tickets so she could take her mama and mess up Anita event. She owed the winter ball, you know, the
Winterfest, the epic fail.
The epic fail ball. Then now with this birthday stuff, it's always some little stuff, and he's right there,
And he does exactly what she wants.
Yeah, and it's nothing, and we can't keep saying, well, yeah, okay. I'll preface this by saying, yes, she is using Eva as part of her way of maneuvering him, but for his purposes, we know what she's doing, but I can't say, oh, well, he's falling for it because she's using Eva. No, ma'am, no, sir. That may be what she's doing, but he don't get a pass on going with it. He's going with it for a whole other set of reasons. But because this girl is grown. So
I was just getting ready to say that.
Or make up for her or whatever does not have to ever involve her mother. Ever.
And
if she was 11 and we talking about going to her dance recital, she only got one. So we both got to be there at the same time. She grown. And none of these events have anything really to do with her. I mean, yes, it's her birthday, but your birthday can be spent any type of way. I choose to spend it with you.
Right.
Because apparently when she said that to him, he even said, Eva already knows that I have an obligation on that day, which would lend itself, especially considering the fact that they work together, it would lend itself to the idea of we already discussed that I'm not available that night, and me and her got other plans. That is the way that conversation should have went.
And then she was able to guilt him into doing whatever she wanted.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It ain't because of Eva. It goes back to and that's why Leslie will perpetually be encouraged. Because he is encouraging her by engaging in her in ways that there is absolutely no reason for, and Eva is not a good enough excuse considering that she's 47.
Woo! Okay, I love that. Thank you, Jonna. That was very well said. Let me say hello to our princess. Welcome, princess. I saw you come in the building, and she said, "I thought Spawn was an adult, but apparently they have rewritten her to be a little girl." And you're piggybacking, and I'm gonna do the same thing because exactly what Jonda said. It's different if Eva was 11, 12 when she was introduced and like that type of stuff, but this girl is good and damn grown. Okay, so look, DeMarcus talking about Dana Leslie is that
apparently for Ted she is. He just won't admit it.
He won't admit it. That's the thing. He's fighting himself. He's like a Bill.
I'm not saying that he don't love Nicole. I do believe that he loves Nicole, but that good that had him running to the diner, he reminiscing a little bit.
No, so Jonda, do you remember? And I only remember because, like I said, I'm doing the individual recaps. When he said to, I forgot who it was, Shanice, and he said,
Shanice
I got
got
glimpses
a
of who
glimpse
she
of who
was.
she used to be. Yep.
Yes, and I said, nigga, she ain't been that person since she walked up in your anniversary, and I am still so taken. Like Elaine, I did exactly what you said, and I literally went back and watched myself
Yes.
the recap for the anniversary party, and I was literally on the edge of my seat and I was just like, yo, this is crazy. And now to fast forward, I'm like, this shit is wild. This is wild. The way that, this is what he wanted. And because this is what he wanted. This is what he wanted. He could have had Joey handle her. He could have had some. Bill wasn't getting the job done. Bill was acting like a Randy at this point. And I feel like if he really wanted to get rid of her, he could, and he didn't, because he want that thing. He want that old thing back.
As soon as the divorce was final, remember he met with her at Uptowns, and he allowed her to play in his face and laugh about running the girl off the road. And so I was like, now we joking, and now y'all sitting there going, let's be friends over the fact that she ran some girl over the road, and you all right with that? So he turned me off a long time ago.
So Elaine,
is that he didn't even have to. I'm with you on that. He could have got this person involved. He could have got that person involved. But truth be told, he didn't have to do anything nefarious at all. He could have done the thing that drives heifers like this the craziest. Just treat her like wallpaper and ignore her ass. Deal with your daughter. Hell, deal with your daughter in her face, because that will really make her crazy. And literally operate as if she doesn't exist. She could be the little kid jumping up and down in front of you going, I know you see me. And you just walk through her like she is a ghost. That he won't even do that.
No, I agree with that.
Granted, he makes herself difficult to ignore, but you can. If you don't want to deal with somebody, you simply don't have to. I say it all the time. I think you and I had a personal discussion about this one time. When I am done with somebody, no, and they don't know, because I make a big stink out of it and cuss them out and whatever, unless the situation that caused me not to be done happen that way. But actually, they find out because they become literal wallpaper to me. They're there, but I don't pay it any attention because it's wallpaper.
Okay, so y'all made me think of something, and I got to get into this. Look, Angel said, Jonda, could you be my therapist? I have good insurance. And can I tell you, Jonda didn't go to Argosy University.
I did not. I actually did go to a real school. Like that other person, if you ask me to show you my degree, I will point to it happily. I may even have a copy of it scanned into my phone.
So I just want to talk about this, and I know this is going ahead of this week. I was really irritated today in episode 80 when obviously it's the anniversary, year after the anniversary party. And Eva comes into Ted's office, and she's like, well, I want to be here for you, but I know that I'm the last person that you want to see. And then she's like, and he says something, and she's like, well, I'm glad that you're, taking it well, and you can make jokes about it. And I said, you little bitch, I can't stand her. Like, even, and y'all be jumping on me because I'd be like, oh, I felt bad, or I'm going to give her some grace. Fuck that. But like, it was so, and the fact that he was like, he had to be like, really, Eva? And he still didn't go into her like he went into Kat. Y'all remember when he got jumped in Kat's ass?
They jump on Kat. I mean, they treat our Kit Kat so bad.
And I hate it. I hated it. And that's when I was like, I'm done with Eva. And
so that's what drives me nuts about Eva. That she gets the benefit of the doubt for not behaving exactly like her mother, because to outside people,
while she's a devious little rogue,
like to outside people, she goes, oh my mom, I grew up without a father. So everybody's like, oh, this poor little girl being manipulated. But then in front of Kat only, does she show her real colors? And so even while she stood there in the country club in that same episode, when they were confronted
I'm
by
with you,
Kat
Cleo.
and Nicole, you spent the whole episode going, Mom, we should leave, we should leave, we should leave. And then y'all sit there and talk and chit chat, and you laughing and joking with her, and it's all good. And then when your mother proceeds to antagonize Nicole in her face, you don't try to do anything in the moment when everyone is watching. You only want to do it when no one is watching. But when everyone is watching, you make faces at Kat. Now, some people are saying that face was to Nicole and Kat as they walked away. But let's give her the benefit of the doubt and say that face was made at Kat. You guys did something to Kat and Nicole that day. How dare you make faces at her? She has every right to feel like y'all shouldn't be in this country club.
GC Chair said, wow, the Eva's hate. He should be harder on Kat because she was raised properly. So the GC Chair.
Absolutely
No.
not.
See, and GC Chair, I'm gonna tell you, if anybody on the panel gives, like I said, I'm probably give her the most grace. There's moments where I get soft, but that episode where she sat in Ted's face and it was almost like she was rubbing it. It literally, I saw Leslie when she was sitting there talking about, even though she might have used dad in talking to him, it was still the point. Oh yeah, I know you don't want to see me because of what I did, and so if you know that, don't bring your ass over there. Have enough respect to know, bitch, you caused something detrimental and the demise, or not even you, but your mother, but you helped. Like I'm sorry, I just can't, and so it has everything to do with her and nothing to do with Leslie, because I do try to give her a fair chance every time. And she always shows me who the fuck she really is. And I'm gonna tell you one thing about me. I know you ain't been here long, GC Chair, but you've been here long enough where I can tell you when somebody shows me something, I believe that shit. And she's shown us multiple times, and her sitting up in her daddy face like kikiing about what happened. And I'm glad you can make a joke about it. And that shit pissed me off. That shit pissed me off. If anything, you should be at your dad's feet crying, I'm so sorry that this happened, and then to be talking to Andre, talking about it didn't have to be like this. Bitch, get out my face.
And I want to speak on two things. I'm on this comment and the jump ahead. He should be hard on Kat because she was raised properly. Absolutely not, because that takes away a person's just because of how you were raised. That we have to be careful about removing people's rights to be human in the moment, no matter how you were raised. What happened in this situation would be something that would anger somebody and make somebody feel potentially feel some kind of way, especially about their parents, no matter where they came from or how they were raised. So she should get the same. Now you may or may not like Kat's behavior, but it shouldn't have anything to do with how she's raised. Just whether or not anybody who goes through that situation, how they go through it. So that's one. The other thing about she was reaching out to be reassured. You participated in bad behavior deliberately and knowingly. So you don't get the right to be reassured when you played a role in the destruction of my family. Your reassurance is something in the case of Eva is reassured by Ted every day that she is in his life, and he allows her to call him dad, and he kisses her and her mother's butt. That is her daily reassurance. But no, you do not get extra reassurance on the anniversary of the day that you participated in the destruction of me and everybody around me, and I still forgave you for it after the fact. That's the only
Very well said. Very well. I couldn't have said it better. Because I was.
But I do agree with you in fairness, because I don't want GC Chair to think I'm just beating up on her. I do agree with you that that Eva was fishing for some kind of reassurance, the same way that people fish for compliments and all of that.
Yeah.
So what GC is saying technically is correct. Eva was fishing and reaching out for reassurance. But so my rant was not against GC, it was against the audacity of Eva to want reassurance.
Right.
But GC is correct.
Okay, GCC, you got look, and I ain't mad at you either. I've tried, and these people on the panel can tell you I tried, and it's just every time she does something, she says something, and like I said, I watched these episodes so many times that I pick up on little things, and I was just like, yo, this is weird, and like I already said, and I try to give her another chance after chance, but she continues to prove to be the person that she was raised by. And actually, it seems to be worse. But Angel said Eva wants Kat's life. She absolutely does.
She does.
DeMarcus said Ted and Dana Leslie are the show, the entertainment of the show. Y'all got
DeMarcus, you ain't gonna keep trolling us tonight without fake internet and fighting, because right now you just trying to stoke fire.
Y'all, it's so funny. Cleo said, "Come on, Jada." Kamara said, "Y'all preaching." I agree. Neither Eva or Leslie had any respect for what they did. Plus, this thing Leslie has about the rightful place in society. Barbara was, don't give me.
And didn't
started on that damn Barbara because I'm gonna say some shit that's gonna get me canceled.
Child. So Barbara knew she was having a child and decided she didn't want it. And so the idea somehow that somebody is responsible for Barbara getting pregnant and not wanting her child and giving her up, and that has something to do with the Duprees is absolutely ridiculous. Did Anita have a part in her being left out of the club? Yes. But one thing has not, she had a child 2 years after she was kicked out of the club.
Mm-hmm. You know, I agree. Oh my gosh, on that so much. Why does Leslie? Nobody owes you nothing. Yes, she was kicked out of the group. It happens, but we've seen it with every girl group in history, in real life and fake life. Everything from Dream Girls to whatever. So okay, we know, we get all of that, but at the same time. That's, to me, that's a completely separate issue. If you want to, hate on Anita because Barbara got kicked out of the group, okay, that's fine. But as far as you being owed something on some metaphysical level because of Barbara not being your life, like you said, Barbara chose to be trifling in terms of the mother department. And then her life still was jacked up. So we know what happened from there. But her not being your mama, what that had to do with anything?
Okay.
Nothing to do with Anita.
GC Chair said, "Listen, I'm a retired sergeant in a men's jail." Okay, shout out to you. My feelings don't get hurt that easily. Okay, because yeah, I'm the only one that could be the softie here. I'm the sensitive ass one. And y'all are talking amongst yourselves. Okay. So yeah, let's move on. So we get on
in there clowning.
Yeah, DeMarcus in here clowning. That's what he do, but I love him.
I know.
So Samantha asked Eva to give her another ponytail. We can move past that because that's probably what it's going to be. Nicole is fantasizing about Ted. Why, and why she's with Carlton. And that was a whole thing. And what do y'all think? You think they're going to get back together or?
Yuck.
I think, I'm with you all. If it happens, I just don't need it to happen right away. I feel two ways about it. On the one hand, I don't want them to drag it in terms of the will they, won't they kind of thing. But on the other hand, I still don't want it to be now or anytime close to now. I feel like it's too soon. So I'm still good with if it's gonna happen, because we see this with every freaking couple on every soap, right? Folks be getting married and divorced. But I need them to still have other lives and other stuff going on. And then if they're gonna do the whole get together, break up like everybody else has done in soap opera history, I need give it a year or two in between or something is just, for me personally, is too soon. But again, as we talked about earlier, they've got to move they need to be moving things quicker than they have been doing. So
I would like one of the men
it's
to leave
tricky.
her bed before she invites a third. This is just ridiculous. I know you said women can do whatever they want. This is absolutely ludicrous for her to be thinking about yet another man when she already has two in her bed that she swaps out on a daily basis. This is
I,
absolutely
I, I
ridiculous.
don't, it doesn't bother me at all, and it's not even because of the reason that I always argue with Nicole. To me, this doesn't bother me only because it's nobody new, and I think, to me, fantasizing about somebody that you have been with for 30 years is absolutely natural. It's absolutely normal, especially if you all did. They seem to be in love, like we said, and we all agreed this was a blow up. It wasn't like the gradual demise of a marriage. This is a marriage
Right.
that thought they were good. So this isn't something that, well, I'll just speak for Nicole right now because screw Ted. This isn't something that she wanted to happen. And when we saw her and Turtleneck Ted together, because obviously the blow up happened when new Ted came in, they were they were hitting it. So, or I don't know if we saw love scenes between them, but we saw enough loving behavior between them that it seemed
We
like
know they was getting it in like Vernon and Anita trying to
yeah,
get.
it seemed like, yeah, that they were whatever. So I don't have too much of an issue with this because it's not somebody new. It's that same old love. And also I also put it into the perspective of what has gone on in the past week. We are talking about their anniversary. They have spent time together, both Kat's birthday and the anniversary, and we all saw that there seemed to be some feelings and sparks, the actors trying to make fetch happen for us. So, in light of the emotion of the past 2 weeks and all of that, I'm not as bothered by it because it's her flame.
Right, right. No, I get that. That's who she chose. And like I said, after he
Yeah,
said I didn't remember nothing about the first night we met, I just remember I was looking at you and I was trying to keep you from Carlton. I said, okay, that was Nicole deciding who she wanted and less of, I mean, he was keeping her from everybody, but
yeah.
emotionally, yeah. Ted,
And that's the other piece to add to it, in my opinion, and I think we all kind of could agree on this. Ted was kind of feeling that situation out and trying to holler at it. So we also had to add to it that somebody that you love, because remember, she still loves him. She's just not married to him anymore. So somebody that you love or loved, but I think she loves him, even if not the whole marriage love, but she didn't fall out of love with him. She so someone that you love stoking the flames, and honestly, I think Ted was actually trying to feel her out to see if he could get her to fall for him again. Because I was like, this walk down memory lane is making me real uncomfortable, Ted. I ain't like it. I felt like he was playing
well,
games.
I think what they were trying to do for us, because again,
Yeah, they're trying to fill in the
they
blanks for us,
clearly are
obviously.
listening. They wanted to let us know that Carlton and Ted met them at the, because that's been the big uproar for the
The
people that,
same time. Yeah, that's
yeah,
the
they
problem.
met at the same time. It was nothing, and Carlton actually wanted her, and Ted kept. And I think they did that because they realized through internet, Twitter, whatever, that like everybody is like, no, well, they knew each other before, or there's been a back and forth about it.
He
So
broke the
the writers,
protocol.
yeah, so the writers cleared it up for us. Cheap said Nicole wants her husband back, and I'm not mad at that. And I wouldn't be mad either. They've been married for that many years, and if you want to take him back, I just feel like you got to know, like, I just feel like when you take somebody back from cheating, you can't get mad if they cheat again. Like, you got
And
to
I
eat.
feel like he hasn't done anything in between that time to prove that he won't do
That
it
he's
again.
a cheater. Okay, you're right.
Dan hasn't done anything in all this time to prove anything to
Right.
anybody about anything.
You saying Ted just ain't doing shit.
He ain't. All he did was we've said that before. All he did was bring some flowers.
Yeah, I agree. But so I really am stuck on, and I understand the anniversary is this jumping point, but for her to be sitting and then to get advice from Vanessa, that's really annoying me. It is really
Okay,
annoying.
and that goes.
I just think that's just like her only adult friend outside of Danny. So we're kind of stuck with Vanessa unless they bring another friend on. I think that's just the friend of convenience because that is who their contemporary is on the show. I think it's less about Vanessa and more about just her having somebody that's her age and that the show has made to be their best friend to talk to. Yeah,
Can I make a prediction, guys?
Else, but there just isn't.
Can I make a prediction, guys? And I said this to myself today. I think
self.
Yep, that's what I said. I said self. I think Vanessa and Nicole are gonna fall out.
I want them to.
I want them to too, but I think they're gonna fall out because again, you sold Bill and Haley the house, then you sold Leslie the house. Now you befriend. I don't know what type of, and I understand she's a therapist and she's very well rounded or supposed to be, all that shit, but something. If it was me, and as John said, if we making this real life. Girl, you done already made 2 indiscretions and now you about to be friendly with this bitch. Yeah, nah, we ain't. But I think what's gonna happen is that Nicole is like, I'll be cordial, but I'm not going to be friends. Right. And Vanessa has this thing where she wants to force Joey on everybody and the acceptance of Joey on everybody. And that is going to be the breakdown. And I'm gonna be honest with you, this is why I love Danny. I think Danny gonna go with her sister and be like, Vanessa, I love you. I love you, good sis. But Nicole's right. Like, I'm sorry. Like, because I think we'll see what next week when the cotillion comes out. But I do think Doug's gonna show, and it's gonna be some shit. That's just my prediction. It's gonna be some shit, and they're gonna be like, "Nah, Vanessa, you was wrong, and you was, hunching on this man and doing all this stuff, and not to mention she's literally like an older Naomi. She's an op.
Yeah,
she's an op. So I do agree that they need to introduce a new friend because Vanessa ain't it. Vanessa is not her friend. It couldn't be no friend of mine. I'm gonna read the comments. Kamara said, "I still say Anastasia has so much vitriol about Anita." Because she had her sights. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, you ain't got to convince me. I agree.
I know a woman that won't your man. And Anastasia won't that man. And Anita got in the way because Anastasia was supposed to be the grand dame, right? Of Fairmont.
The problem is, which I love, remember the part which was very funny to me, when Ted, who was it? I believe it was Vernon himself, not so subtly, and it wasn't really subtle at all, pretty much let Vanessa know, Anita or not, it was never going to be her.
Right.
Remember, he let her know. I don't know how it came up, but I remember that because her face was cracked.
Mm-hmm.
He let her know in no uncertain terms, it was never going to be you.
M Tribe said,
I think they were right there in the country club when he said it to her.
Yeah, the last time
I see them in that little lobby area.
He stopped her from continuing to talk, and he was like, "Do you want me to make a phone call?" And then she tightened up and got out of Dodge.
Yeah, but am I imagining that? Didn't he say that to her? I don't know how it came up, but I feel like he said that to her.
I don't remember him saying it wasn't going to be you, but I know she was getting Anita for being like ghetto trash and you brought the singer up in here and whatever. But I remember him putting her in her place.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to look it up. Don't know why I would
Yeah,
imagine.
we gotta go back.
Yeah.
What exactly what he said, but absolutely,
Yeah.
I remember him putting her in her place.
Oh, for sure. Because
Right. Yeah, he did. He did. He let her know, like, girl, yeah. And I think I get what John is saying, like, girl, it didn't matter what you did, it would have never been you. I get it. He might not have said those words,
exactly.
but what he said to her, it was like it was never going to be you.
Right.
Yeah.
M. Chav said, I think the spirit of Vanessa has jumped into Nicole. Don't do that to our good sis. The men will be passing Nicole around. She gonna mess around and catch something she don't want.
I mean, she
M. Chav, this is not a Nature Boy documentary. We don't
Girl,
know anybody.
that thing. Yes, girl. And I've been watching. I've watched the Hulu one, but
oh, girl, you got to do the YouTube one. It's
no,
40
that's
episodes.
what I'm watching now. Everybody who said that Hulu just scratched the surface, they ain't never lied, because I tell you what, the darn Hood Horrors one, the something darn parts, you find out more by the 5th episode than you find out in the Hulu one in all 4 episodes.
DeMarcus, you know what? Put that in the universe for me. I you know what? Just because you said that, I'm gonna write that down. I will, because I follow him on everything. I will reach
Jacob, as in
I will reach out to Jabri Hodges, because that's his name.
Yeah, because I was like, is we talking Jacob on the show, or is there somebody else named Jacob?
No, Jacob. Yeah, he's talking about Jacob on the show. I'll reach out to Jabri and see if he's willing to. I know he does lives with Lami on the TikTok.
Yeah.
So, but I'll see if he has a YouTube, if he'll come over. I absolutely thank you for putting it out there, DeMarcus, because I know I said I was going to do that.
Absolutely right. Highlight.
Cheap said Nicole asking Vanessa if getting back together with Ted will make her.
No. Further down, it's funny, but I 100% agree with her. Cheap's last comment.
Chelsea, yes.
She ain't lying. And guess what?
I gotta give you a round of applause on that one.
And I'm a piggyback on her comment for another round of applause. Not only would Chelsea have fallen for it, but once Chelsea got there, she would have been one of the ones that he kicked the other wives out to make one of the new wives because of his hang up on light-skinned women with a certain look.
Oh my God.
No, if you watched it, he did.
He did. He had a thing.
I don't watch it, but that sounds like a whole mess.
It is a whole mess, and that's why Elaine. It's interesting. Can I tell you this? I know, because Jamel be looking at me and he be like, "Why are you watching this?" Like, I was watching a 46-part series.
I saw pieces of it occurring in real time and kept ignoring it.
And see, I saw it, but honestly, I didn't see it till Tasha K started talking about it, and I was like, "Who are these?"
That was several years ago.
Yeah. Right. And I was like, who are these weirdos? And I just went past it and I didn't continue to follow it. But
I went a little bit down the rabbit hole, but not that deep. Like when she talked about it, but that was when she had started to take flights of fancy with stuff. So then that was when she had already moved into side of us giving her some of her content now, side-eye category. So then when I did start to look at it, then I went down the rabbit hole a little bit myself, and I said, this is so stupid. Nobody would pay this attention. So it was still out of sight, out of mind. I was like, oh, this is some dumb stuff, and then went on.
Now, can I tell you, Elaine, I don't think you would ever, because of who you are, and because I've known you and I met you in real life, like, I don't think you would ever be a part of a cult. Like, I don't think you would ever.
And certainly not this one, because this wasn't even a classy cult.
Right. This is I think that we're all free. We're very free thinkers.
Cult for people who are too dumb for love and hip hop.
Well, no, a lot of people say it was they didn't want to work. They wanted to be but the things that you had to do that, like, I need to be able to poop in a facility. I don't give a damn.
Imagine a red pill dude having a baby with a Hotep dude, but they're both dudes. This would be him.
Ooh, look at Princess getting in it. Look at Princess getting in the chat. She said, I just know that only 2 wives are left. What happened to Malia? So Malia, apparently, because I've been down the rabbit hole now that I know what's going on, she's she went off and I think because she was sick because I'm sorry, she was battling all those STDs.
Yeah, everybody got
Oh
herpes.
my god.
Everybody got the shit, and when those things go untreated, but Malia already came down there with something. I
Are
feel
these
like.
people black?
Yes,
Unfortunately, yes.
yes.
Oh
I
my
just said
God.
Elaine, and
racism.
that's why Elaine, this is why I encourage you to watch it because
This is
you will
Oh, no.
sit
racism
back,
combined with Hotep.
They won't
you
get
will
an inkling
sit,
of my time.
you will sit back, and you'll be like, I would, why? Like literally, that's what got me. That's what kept me going. Like, why? What made you go? What made you even? I went as far as now. I'm down because I like this type of stuff. I went as far as
Oh, I'm a
I don't know if y'all know, but Mark Lamont Hill was a part of a cult.
Oh, was he?
Yes, he was. He was a part of the Nubians or some shit like that. But it was a head, and the dude had like 100 kids because he was fucking the kids.
Oh no.
And then
So yes, and they built pyramids in Atlanta or
that's the
Georgia.
one that was they had the pyramids outside of Atlanta.
Yeah, Elaine, it's a thing. Like, and it's. I was surprised. I think I'm obsessed because I thought, and this is not, and I'm gonna say this candidly because y'all my family, but I thought cults was some like YT people stuff.
Yeah.
No, because most of the people that died in the Jim Jones massacre were black, even though he was white.
And to your point, Jonda, you're right. Most of those
Yeah.
people that were laid out unalive were black. Kimmy
But-
said, "I'm glad Malia left. She needed to. Absolutely, absolutely. Look, we'll have a whole conversation. I'm waiting for Nels to finish the whole hood horrors so we can go into it fully. But
girl, it is, and I have been a student of cults for the better part of my life.
Oh, GC Chair says Dr. Hill is his friend in real life. Lamont?
no,
Mark?
GC Chair. I'm not talking about him. Like the thing about it is he
No,
talked about it.
Remember, yeah.
Yeah, he talked about it on Joe Budden's podcast. He said
okay.
I was a member of a cult. That's the only reason I found out. I was like, what?
Well,
and then I started going down the rabbit hole of the.
You know that you stink when Spirit Airlines kicks your whole group off because they say you smell bad, and that's and mind you, the government of an entire country is trying to get you out, and even Spirit will not fly you out until and another airline only flew them out after they basically hosed them down. That is how crazy this stuff is. But there's a certain point where the stuff you say is just too dumb.
And then he wasn't even talking about, and he changed every week. I'm sorry, y'all. We going on a whole different.
Oh yeah. Okay, all right.
I gotta move because that nigga was talking about meow and meow meow, and I said, "Where are we going with this?" Okay, so we got Naomi one. Madison got her privileges back, y'all, and then she almost had Chelsea catch a case. Let's talk about it.
God. I love the telephone conversation. That was the best part of the episode for me, and probably one of the best moments of the week outside of today. Right, today was a good show, but the pleasant part of this entire week was that telephone conversation. It was so cute and very in character for all of them. Like Bill going, who else is on this call? Listen, why are these people on this call? Haley in the background rolling her eyes. Of course you're gonna listen to Danny. Chelsea and Kat and them frowning when they hear Haley in the background. It was so
funny,
normal and regular and on par for the people in the scenes. And I just thoroughly enjoyed it. And
100% agreed. Cheap.
Yeah, they dropped the ball by not casting Willow. She's a major part of the storyline, but completely off screen. And that's how Darlene was for a while. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Even when they brought Darlene in, we're kind of like, okay. And then we seen her for what, 2-3 episodes, and now she's gone
again.
Like,
yeah, but I don't think that'll be long term.
No, and she might be there long term. I'm saying that, like, drop them in when the moments make sense.
Right,
You know what I'm
because
saying? And
they
like there were
wanted him to
moments that it made more sense. Because
yeah.
remember, and you're the chronologist. You remember in my earlier recaps, I thought Anita and Elon had something going on at first.
Yes, you did. When he came to the house
Yep.
and
Yeah.
he to collect money
We
for
had several
some
theories about that.
yes. Yep.
And she was like, "Oh, tell Darlene I said hi," or something. I was like, "Not you telling him to tell his wife and say hi, but you want to hunch him." Like, yeah. So, okay, so we can move forward. Bill learns he's going up against a nasty Mike in court. Can I be honest with y'all? I ain't really care about that. I mean, it's a good plot twist. It's a good plot twist. I will say that.
I like them using him to be an antagonist to Bill because Bill is too dumb by far, and he needs somebody to put him on his ass to get him to start thinking properly. And so if this person is gonna make him think and sort of be harder than he is, instead of we've heard all this stuff about a fixer, and the things that he fixes aren't that big of a deal. Like, so you called to get Lynette off based on Haley asking you to, and now you're running around and trying to prove that Lynette did something. You got her off, dude. You let Haley play you to get her off. And now you're running around and trying to close the barn door when the horses are already out. This just seems so silly.
Right. Hold on. And I'm not trying to cut you off. I want to address this because GC's chair is still on the Nature Boy or the cult stuff. Dr. Hill was joking, an inside joke, and that's her personal friend. So I just want to address it. He wasn't a part of a cult. I've known him from over 25. I'm not saying I don't believe you, GC Chair. I'm going by what I've seen. And he said, yeah, and we did this. And I absolutely think, what is it, Malaki York or whatever the guy that was running. He said, I absolutely believe and I've seen. So that's what I'm going off of. It's not literally, it came out his mouth. So that's why and if it was an inside joke, I didn't realize that because TikTok don't realize that either. And when you look it up, it absolutely pops up with videos of him saying that, yeah, he was a part of a cult and he did for a little while. And then he got kicked out because I think they were against drugs or something. Or no, he said he had got kicked out because he had seen him with all these kids and he thought it was weird at the skating rink and everybody was giving him funny looks. And then the next day he got kicked out because they said he was selling rugs. And he was like, and I don't think that's what it was. He was like, I thought it was because I saw too much. So it's not me putting anything on this man or me just because I love Mark Lamont Hill. I really do. That's why I was actually so intrigued and went down the rabbit hole because I didn't realize he doesn't give me the type brain capacity wise. And he said, I came out of college. I played basketball. I didn't know, didn't realize I wasn't going to have a career in basketball. Like a lot of the people that we see in Nature Boy, they were in college. They didn't know what they were going to do with the rest of their life. And that's how he ended up joining. So that's the only reason why I believe
been in college. Some of them was just sitting home being foolish. Like the one that gave him his $300,000 inheritance.
But DeMarcus, we absolutely are going to do that for y'all. She would love and watch all four. No, I've watched all. I'm done with Hulu. I'm done with Hood Horrors. I'm just waiting for Chanel to catch up on Hood Horrors so we can come to y'all and give y'all the full breakdown.
Yeah, because Hood Horrors
does a great job. I love that Bill and Naomi are getting closer, but is Haley faking being drunk? Because now she seems drunk all the time. If Haley is drunk, why? The other attorney.
I think she was faking it that day.
Well, she said she seemed like it's all the time. But anyway, let me get back to the subject at hand, the Beyond the Gates. So we know Bill gonna see Mike in court. And I was like, oh, okay, Mike's back. And I thought Mike was always kind of a shisty, nasty dude. So I didn't really need to see him again. But here he is. And this is your opposition because you fired him. So I guess it's kind of a good storyline. But I'll be honest, it didn't really give me anything.
Because I guess in the grand scheme of things, we can assume, since that was his number two at the firm, that Mike was a good lawyer, because obviously Bill, we're again going to assume Bill wouldn't have somebody as a major partner in his firm who was not who wasn't, he didn't think was doing his thing. He just happened to be a perv. So it should be interesting, because we have to assume that Mike is good. He only fired him because of the perv, not because he wasn't a great lawyer.
Key to note, Mike was also the best man at him and Haley's wedding.
Because a
Well, you gotta
a
understand.
perv would approve. That's probably, remember, that's why Mike was so insulted, because Mike was like, isn't screwing around in the office what we do? And he wasn't wrong.
Well, y'all gotta remember, if I didn't know that he was but if he was in the wedding,
Sure was.
So was Caroline, and that don't mean nothing, because at the end of the day, they're paid employees. Like, that's what Haley keeps bringing up. These people are not my friends. You're paying them to be my friends.
Yeah, well, that may be the case with Caroline and Haley, because we know that Caroline really want Bill. But in the case of Mike and Bill, that was his. I do believe that was his business partner and his boy, because men don't roll like that. If he had him as his best man in his wedding, that's his boy.
Well, I'm ready to move on. So Randy, the fail of all fails,
he's a fail,
comes to Joey and said, "Oh, I got some information on Smitty." So Joey goes and confronts him and says, "Smitty, I heard you've been going to the hotel Holiday Inn. Okay, if your husband start acting up, switch and take your friend. Okay." And I was just like, I love how Smitty played in his face and was like, "Oh yeah, that's gonna be real. Like, that'll be real good press line." And he didn't fall for it. And I ain't gonna hold you. Smitty went up in my book a little bit this week, because the way he handled everybody that came at him, even when Ashley was like, "I need to know. Tell me, Smitty, what's going on?" He was like, "Yeah, nah, He actually is doing a better job than Jacob.
Yes.
Well, he's doing a better job at keeping secrets. He's not doing the greatest job at being inconspicuous. But yes, I will still put him above Jacob, because the secrecy is the most important thing. Don't just be running around running your damn mouth. Jacob just out there like, what you want to know?
Right. Tell it. If you're gonna tell it, then I gotta tell it.
I'm telling Miss Run, tell that Miss Op. Miss, you know me. I still haven't forgiven her for bringing June into everybody's lives.
Kimmy had a very good point. He should be representing Allison. That would Kimmy, go ahead and make sure they happen at what time is it? 10:45 on May 15th. Tell me, because I promise you, if we see it, tell them to run you your check, Kimmy. Tell them to run you your check. Give you your things, because that's true. Instead of this whole with, man, you ain't gonna introduce us to Willow and all this other stuff. No, give us Allison, because Allison is still out there. She might be in jail, but she ain't with the trial that we know of. Yeah, I agree. That was a great point.
And beyond the gates, the way that they do stuff, Allison done already had a trial and taken the case all the way to the Supreme Court.
Right, to the Supreme Court at this point.
And may have already had a baby in prison. I mean, they they do so much off screen. Allison might have a husband and adopted kids from a prison cell.
GC Chair said Mike knows Bill is shady as well. Now all of a sudden Bill is brand new. Right, Bill. Now GC Chair, what you're not gonna do? I love me some Bill. Okay, just like you love your Eva.
But GC, you're right when you're right. Because when that whole situation went down, Mike, basically his reaction to Bill was exactly like I said earlier. Maybe not in those words, but he did pretty much say it like, you really? This what we doing? You coming down on me for what? I thought that's what we do around here.
Right.
And because he
Oh,
was
because
used,
I
he
didn't
was used
marry
to
the
going out
hoe.
and running the hoes with Bill.
Exactly, because I didn't marry it. I'm the problem.
Right.
Right. Ooh, look at John getting in her lawyer bag. What you not gonna do? Kamara said, I think Bill is gonna wake up. Mike went after his child. And even that was kind of lukewarm for me.
Yeah, he didn't defend Naomi enough for me. Like,
I agree with you on that.
ugh, it was
Chelsea at the diner, plus the way he talked to Naomi in front of Bill. Bill is angry. Bill will destroy Mike. He absolutely will. And I hope they finally give us a damn courtroom. Stop playing with
Yeah,
us.
well, there you go, asking for a lot.
Ah, so I like Smitty more than his husband. Welcome to the club, GC Chair.
But
Me and
on
Mark.
some level, we have always felt that way, just
Yeah,
for
we've
different reasons. Because initially, part of us liking Smitty more than Martin wasn't even really about Smitty per se. It was
the
because
way Martin was treating
so
him.
damn mean to him
Yeah.
that we didn't even have to know Smitty. We just felt bad for him.
Oh, GC Chair said I wouldn't defend Naomi either. You were terrible.
Lord hell.
I mean, at this point, Naomi is the op. I'm telling you, all she do is give me reasons to be mad at her and her law offices of Orphe Jeans.
I think Naomi has been better. I think that
I was starting to try to warm up to her until this weekend. I went right back off the rails.
Yeah.
So I started out the show. She was one of my favorite people, and her and Jacob was my favorite couple. Outside of Vernon and Anita. And then when she started doing this whole I don't want a baby and I can't believe you want a baby, and it was just so you were just bending yourself to a pretzel. And then he said, okay, we won't have a baby. And then she was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you don't want to have a baby and you really don't feel like that. I was like, listen, make up your mind, go in one direction or leave this man alone. But and then she was acting like she didn't really care about him. But this storyline has gotten us back on track where at least she's acting like she actually loves her husband. She doesn't have anything else to
that
do.
much I will agree with, because I was real like, what are we even doing here in terms of how she was behaving towards him. I was pretty much just like, okay, could they just do a scissor scene between you and Ashley and keep it moving? But once he went undercover, I was like, oh, she does like that man. She just does stuff that could get him killed, but she does actually like him.
I mean, he's doing that all on his own, in my opinion.
That's true too.
And at this point, you behaving so badly, and now you got her involved. And I remember, she was in Orphe Dreams, and who's sitting next to her at the another table? Ren. So I felt like he was getting her in danger anyway with his dumb investigation and using Smitty like Smitty is a cop. Like,
now the Smitty part of it is just ridiculous.
Was so messy that he didn't deserve to not have Naomi all in the business. And so now that she knows everything, I think she does have a right to know everything because she's actually in danger, and she was moving in a way that she had no idea she was in danger. And you're investigating where they're always at. Like, she's always at the hospital regardless. She always was at the hospital.
See, at this point, I don't think that they're right to know that they're well, okay. I get what you're saying from a potential victim standpoint. But from the standpoint of his position as a cop and what his job is, she has no more right to know than anyone else. His job is to speak with his superior officers, which he should be doing, and letting them know what's going on. So within their capacity as law enforcement, they protect the individuals who need to be protected. But him telling her was just as out of line as her insisting that he tell her.
My only issue with that is everything that he's done in this entire investigation is wrong. He
Oh,
gave her a cell
absolutely,
phone.
absolutely.
He
I
gave her
agree with
a
you
cell
one
phone. They're
hundred
not
percent.
supposed to be talking. You have her coming to the hotel every 2 days. Now you got three other people coming to the hotel room where you supposedly meet
I
her.
mean, yeah,
And,
with
the
Isaiah at the
whole
hotel
thing has
room.
been so messy that he doesn't have a right to go, oh my goodness, on this one thing, I'm going to stand on business when nothing of what you've done have you stood on business. I mean, so
I
that's my
agree with that.
only issue with that. If he was a straight
Yeah,
up, I would, behaving the right way. But Grayson is seeing her her friend. You know all of this stuff. You know she's around Grayson and everything. You don't tell her she's in danger. She's actually in danger. You have bad outfits along with Smitty. You're walking around having conversations in public. So if the investigation in and of itself was going well, and he was behaving right all along, then I would feel that way. But everything he's done has been screwed up. And so to me, he should tell her because she does need to watch her back.
but she does it in such a dumbass way that she put herself in more danger.
Well,
That part.
Jacob is in danger by having conversations in front of the wall out loud.
Thank you, Elaine. So that's what it was for me. When him and Smitty were just sitting out there and they was just chopping it up like it was a regular Tuesday, and they was just sitting there in front of the brick wall, like, yeah. So this is what, and I was like, Renee, and this is after you've been punched in the ribs and whatchamacallit got shanked, and you just sitting out there all in the open with Smitty like ain't shit happened. I said, okay, this is what we doing. Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy work. Crazy work. Cheap said, the only compliment I would give Naomi is that they finally got her hair right. Stop it, Cheap. Kamara said, can we get the smarty kids and this thing about Samantha's brother trying to have sex in his room and that was okay? Oh, I'm livid. Okay. So we can't touch on that because those are things that we are not at the forefront of our list. Yeah, I do feel like it was absolutely a double standard, and I think it's weird that, well, I don't think it's weird because I actually said that in episode 80. Tyrell's about to go off to college, which makes me think that he is at least 17, and I think he said he's
Possibly
18.
even 18.
Yeah, he's legal.
Yeah.
And he's just, but I also, as a person that has been in my mother's house at 18 and legal, that still don't mean shit.
Well, I don't
Okay,
care if you're 25. If you and her are not married, then you're not fucking in my house.
that part, and a lot
I'm
of people
sorry, we're
feel that
not
way.
in the zone
A
of
lot of
I
black mamas feel
apologize.
that way. So my whole thing is like, yeah, like Jonda said, and I mean, as we grew up and got older, that's why we did it in the car. That's why we booked that little
Absolutely. And
that's why we
because
know.
of the-
That's why we know what a comfort inn and a red roof inn is. It's because we had to
Absolutely.
do that because we couldn't do it in our parents' house.
Absolutely.
So
And given the values that we are seeing or are led to believe from this family, and I'm not even talking about the money, but the actual values of the family seeming to be very similar in tracking with those types of values that we grew up with, that would be the rule.
yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I will say, Samantha, Jessica had points. First of all, and I said it in my recap, I would have kicked Jessica out of my house.
I would have kicked Jessica out of my house. I think the only area where I was bothered by it, and this is coming now. I'm coming from the perspective of not taking off my mom hat and putting on my sibling hat. Is I feel like as a sibling, I understand her point, don't get me wrong, she had a good point as it relates to her beef with her parents. However, I am hard pressed to know of any sibling who would go that hard to get their sibling punished, even if they were trying to make a point.
Yes. I thought it was just me, Jonda. So thank you for saying
No,
that because
no. I would have
and
done that.
Elaine, speak on it
That's
because
that's the problem.
I have
The
because you
problem
all
have
that I
all
had with that.
brothers, Elaine.
I
You
have
have
four
all
brothers,
right.
and absolutely, if there was a double standard, I would call them on it. I would call my mom on it, and I got this same argument about how my curfew couldn't be the same as the boys' curfew at that age because I was different. They everything they said to Samantha, I've heard it all before. It and they said the exact same. Girls are different than boys. I couldn't bring boys in the house. I was grown in college. I think I graduated from college before I could have a boy in my room. And so not to mention I would never do anything in the room, but he couldn't even come to my room. I was 20 something. And so
Right.
The standards for girls and boys are very different, and I will call them on it, especially when it just happened, right? So in my instance, my older brother was 6 years is 6 years older than me, so I was younger when I saw him move the way he was moving, but I was able to bring it up and say, "Hey, wait a minute, you didn't say the same thing to him." So no, there was no way that they could go back in time and treat me the same way because 6 years had passed between the time that
Right.
I saw him behave that way. But for Samantha, this just happened a couple of months ago. I was just on punishment a couple of months ago. So because it's so close to when this happened to me, and everybody was way too lackadaisical about it. Oh, they were upstairs. Oh, really? All right. Have a good afternoon. Like Smitty wasn't even engaged in the conversation, and they
Because
came.
he's too worried about his
Smitty
case.
is a different situation with
They
Smitty.
came down on Samantha. They came
anything.
down on. Remember how rough Martin was with Kat? This is all your fault. You did this. I mean, they went off when it was.
I agree with Cheap 83 as well. The crimes weren't the same.
So let me just say this, and because I've been a messy girl, okay? I've been a messy girl for my mom. I was that messy. My sister didn't give my mom that business. I was that messy girl. I was dealing with boys and whatever. But I will say this: I do feel as if, and I see the way that she dotes and treats my son. And it does trigger something in me because I'm like, you didn't treat me like that. Like, why do you? And it gives me, and I understand there's a grandparent love.
Oh, yeah, the grandparent thing is,
but I also understand because he's a boy, and
that's part of it too. But the grandparent thing is also super different too. So it's you got it double, the boy and the grandparent,
right? And I'll be like, you would have never, and so I'll be really getting offended, and it be causing like I gotta go sit with my therapist, like, so I had to go through this, I had to do this. I was helping my mom pay bills, and yet I still couldn't have my boyfriend. You get what I'm saying? Like, and so it's just, but I know she would never, I know in my heart of hearts, she would have never done that to my stepbrother. And I don't like to call him that because he's my brother, but you get what I'm saying? Like, I know she would have never done that to him. She would let him run free reign because you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so it's just like, I do think that there has to be a bigger conversation that's had amongst our community on why we treat boys. And yes, there is a difference between boys and girls, but why, when it's your own kids, you have different standards for those children.
And the difference between boys and girls is one that is created. It's not because it has to be. Let's be clear about that.
Of course, because our gender roles are created. It's how we decide to treat girls versus how we get to treat boys. Now, if they had explained this in a way to both of the kids that went into details like, well, he's older than you, he's in a more established relationship.
They did say that.
It was only after Jessica and Samantha decided to put them on the spot and called them misogynistic and all these other words
And what is that? Misogynistic, and you're hypocrites, and
yeah. It was only after they had to defend themselves in real polite language, but they had to say, this is a double standard, and call them out for their sexist way of looking at the children. Did they even feel like they needed to explain? So I think that's important. That not that I'm saying Samantha shouldn't have been punished. She should have been. But you can't let him skate for disobeying rules. If this is about disobeying rules and not necessarily about kissing your girlfriend and being in the house with a boy, if it's not necessarily about that, and it's about the same rule that we both broke months apart, the punishment has to be there. And they weren't going to punish him at all.
No, and can I just say, don't get me wrong, they had a lot of leeway, because why are people in the house when your parents ain't home? Let's just talk about that. My mama was never having that.
Exactly. So I do agree with that. I do agree with what you're saying. I think some of what I'm troubled with some of this is that I still. I think that okay. So one, I still am not. I'm always going to have a problem with the fact that I don't know siblings who would fight that hard to take the other sibling down, even though the point was right and the point needed to be made. I just it just made me uncomfortable in terms of the sibling relationship, the relationship between them as brother and sister. So that, especially when there was a closeness between them that they had shown us. Now, on the flip side, yes, there is the double standard. It was a good conversation to have. This show does try in different instances to have their teachable moments, and I think that this was one of those times when they used it as a teachable moment in terms of talking about the double standard. No different than seeing Anita go through cancer has been a teachable moment about cancer and Black women and the triple negative and all of that. So all of that is cool.
Now, and can I piggyback off that, Jonda? And I'm not going to be long, but to your point of not double standards, but like in our culture, even Vernon hiding his memory stuff.
Yes.
Because as a Black man, I'm not supposed to, and I'm supposed to be here and be supportive. Yeah. And ignoring his health. They absolutely tap into stereotypes.
Right.
Absolutely. So, and that's a realistic way to do it, because at the end of the day, if your audience is largely Black, that is what Black men do. So he was, and especially Black men of a certain age, maybe a younger Black man, maybe not so much, but a Black man in their 70s, yeah, that's still how they roll it. That's why the men who are not married tend to die sooner, because it's usually the woman making sure that they take care of themselves. We know that.
Hold on. Let me address Cheap. I love you, Cheap. And we're going to go hard in the paint. But let's not forget, Jessica was unbuttoning her blouse, baby.
They were going to do it too. Yeah.
They were getting ready to do it. And that's why Samantha, even though Samantha didn't see it, she knew what time Tyrell was on.
Okay. And we saw that.
They're going to do it next week.
See that.
Oh, you think they're going to do it next week?
It's in the coming attractions. Oh, you have to read the things you know.
that I post.
And again, if they have a whole scene of him losing his virginity and this and that and the third, as long as nobody's underage, I don't care. And you know, because if we're going to get a soap that is a soap and is realistic and true to age and this and that and the third, that's what happens. And
I like the storyline for them,
and for both of us,
very good for them. Yeah, exactly. I think it's relevant to his age. He's going to college. His girlfriend is not going to the same college. It certainly makes sense.
Oh, and they have to talk about how that. Hold on, Elaine. Can I talk about, and y'all know this bugs me.
Yeah.
Because I went to college with a boyfriend. I hate it. I absolutely hate that. I want Tyrell to feel, and because maybe he ain't got none yet, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, like maybe he ain't got a piece of ass yet, so he feels away, and he feels like, oh, he feels insecure. He absolutely does. But I hate this narrative of him trying to hinder her growth because he just wants her to. I don't like that. I really don't like that. It's okay to go across the country, and if y'all meant to be together, you're meant to be together. And I'm sure as parents, you would tell your kids the same thing. But watching it on TV and seeing him be so, it literally pisses me off because I'm like, stop trying to hold that girl back.
I don't think I didn't get the impression that he was trying to hold her back.
Absolutely. I thought she was gonna go to Banneker. We done talked about.
He was trying to guilt her. He was trying.
Yeah.
But I also think I think there are some things that I am willing to, again, in the name of storyline, there are some things that I am willing to allow it as long as they don't happen. I am fine with the discussions and the tantrums that come along with the immaturity and selfishness of youth. As long as the person doesn't actually fall for it, I'm fine with the drama of it all. Now, if the character were to change up and say, okay, I'm not going to go to UCLA, I'm going to go to Banneker, then I have a problem with it. If this storyline of them having sex results in her getting pregnant and that being the reason why she doesn't go to UCLA, then I have a problem with it. But if it's just the discussion, that's what young, selfish, and I mean normal selfish, not bad selfish. Just
yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Selfishness of youth
really
and immaturity would do. It's first love. It's and not just first love, but we got to remember this is first love of a nerd getting the girl of his dreams. First love. So I could see the oh my god going along with it because she's not just the girl, she's the dream girl.
That's a very good perspective, Jonda. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, as long as it doesn't go beyond the tantrum, I'm fine with it. To me, that's.
I thought this was a good storyline to show appropriate angst and conflict for their age group.
Perfectly said. There you go.
So because we don't want too much drama with them, right? And we don't, but it has to be age appropriate drama.
Yeah, and
so
I think
we don't want them dealing with grown issues. And this is very much what 17 and 18-year-olds go through, right? So they have this thing where they don't want to give up on each other. And, oh, my goodness, are you going to leave me? The angst is there. It's creating some angst for young people or whatever. And they're not too grown. Like, he throws temper tantrums every other day as well.
Right.
And it's totally appropriate given his character because, again, he is the nerd who got the dream girl. He didn't just fall in love with another nerd. This is the girl he never thought in a million years he had a chance with.
And he probably would have been able to get the nerd girl to go to Banneker.
Him and the nerd girl are probably playing chess together. We just don't.
Jessica knows her own mind. She seems way more mature than he is. She's than he is. I think she has a good head.
Sometimes a little too mature. And to be clear, I say all this not even being a fan of Jessica.
That part.
I think Jessica's attitude is a little stank. I always have.
I think it's fine, especially since we have Samantha, who's very immature and sort of bratty and.
But again, age appropriate. Samantha.
Yeah, Tyrell was a bit serious and what have you, and so I like her dynamic with the three of them, especially because they're all very different, and we can't have people who are too similar.
No.
Who cares? But I
like her as a character. I just wouldn't like her as a person, but as a character, I think it's like you said, it's a cute dynamic.
Well, as a kid, I would. I mean, as a child in her age group, I probably would like her.
But as an adult, the way she talks, I'm like, girl, if you don't go sit down somewhere, like,
Mhm.
you know, she
Um,
has
M,
so many
M,
opinions that are well established, and you're not old enough to have well established opinions at your age.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She's a little bit of a know-it-all. It's a little annoying.
Yeah,
But the other
right.
thing,
That I think I agree with Jonda. She's a little bit of a know-it-all, and she ain't experienced nothing yet in
right. You
friends.
don't know anything. Like, sit down.
you don't,
Like, what are you
you
talking about?
know, like they say, you don't know what you don't know, but you're gonna keep running your damn mouth like you do.
Hmm.
Um,
That part.
but the other thing I was gonna say real quick, because I know we're this storyline really isn't as that important in the grand scheme of things. But Spawn is at Nicole's house and she's okay with that. Ugh. Okay, sorry about that. I got distracted by Princess thing. But what I was gonna say,
Oh
I
yeah,
think where I'm still a little hung up with Samantha, and I suppose in the grand scheme of what went down, it's somewhat irrelevant, but not entirely, is that I still never got a satisfactory moment with Samantha in terms of her coming to any type of realization about her behavior and with the boy, not just in their house, but being, being so willing to, bust it open. And even after finding out that and I felt like that realization was going to come when she found out that he was basically trying to use her as a notch on the bedpost, but it still kind of didn't. I felt like, and I still do, that Samantha got too lost in trying to justify herself as, a woman, a sexual being, and and whatever. And I'm every woman as you can get. You all, I mean, hell, I'm the one that defends Nicole all the time.
I
So
was gonna say you be going up for Nicole every
exactly.
week.
So when it and obviously my other gigs and whatever. So I am as do you as you want to, but at the same time, that doesn't come with standards, even for someone who is sex positive. That doesn't mean that you don't have some standards. And I don't, and I feel like the way that the whole Samantha thing played out, it was still her the character being too caught up in the I am a young woman, hear me roar of it all, as opposed to kind of dialing it back to hearing what they were saying, owning that the behavior was inappropriate in terms of, you about to bust it in open in the living room, and all of those things. So I will admit that I think part of how I feel about Samantha in this moment is, and even as it relates to this scene, is still because of my lack of comfort in terms of how the door wasn't really, I didn't get any satisfaction in terms of her character in regard to that. And then we just jump straight to this because I feel like Samantha still doesn't believe that she should have been punished at all, let
Right. No,
alone.
Samantha feels like she should have been able to get a freak on.
Exactly. And so so I think because I still feel like Samantha doesn't feel like she should have been punished at all for any amount of time under any circumstances as it relates to that incident. That sours me a little bit on how this played. And then, like I said, I don't feel like her brother should have gotten a pass because I've already said I don't give a damn how old you are. You ain't doing some shit in my house. But and that's,
No, and I'm from that old school mentality. You can do what you want.
absolutely.
You just can't do it in my house.
I got a house and two grown kids, so I'm telling you, that's the way I feel about it. That's
Right.
real. I live it. So I'm with that 100%. So I think, like I said, for me, it's a combination of Samantha's attitude about her whole situation, combined with her just, it was like, damn, are you mad at your parents, or is there something in you that wants your brother locked in a closet? Like I was, because I got siblings, so I'm like, I want my parents to treat us the same, but at the same time,
I'm with you, John. I would never do
yeah,
that to my brother.
I was struggling with that.
I'm sorry. If I was on punishment, you get a punishment. She wasn't saying lock him up and throw away the key, but she's saying he should have a penalty. They weren't
and I'm with
at
you.
all. He wasn't gonna get his phone taken away. They did a bunch of things to her. And again, this was a few months ago. She got her phone taken away. She couldn't go outside. She couldn't do her charity work. She couldn't work on the back.
No, they let her do all the things. They just said you can't frolic around with these niggas. That's what they said.
They wanted her out of everything. They had to get her
when they went too far. At first, they took everything away from her.
No, and I agree with you on all of that. I agree with you. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have been punished. What all I'm saying is I was just a little uncomfortable in my spirit. I ain't saying that,
Can I tell y'all something? And I just want to shout out my baby, my princess. Hold on, I just want to shout out my princess. Samantha is grown. How many times do I have to tell y'all that? And I think if we were dealing with normal teenagers, like real teenagers, but we know Samantha is probably pushing, I ain't gonna say she pushing 40. I ain't gonna do that to that girl, but she in her 30s. And so I did think
I'm not mad at what Cheap is saying there, even though they did go hard. I don't think that she should have lost the job per se, but I understand why that might have been a conversation.
Because you were sneaking doing Chelsea because she was being a sneaky bitch.
Yeah,
and she was like,
to use that as your cover, then I gotta eliminate the cover too.
Again, I'm no argument there. I'm not saying she shouldn't have been punished, but her saying he should have a punishment is not the same as you guys saying she's going after Tyrell. She's saying he should get something.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying it made me feel uncomfortable in my siblingness. But that's not a disagreement. I'm just saying as a sibling, it just made me feel a little uncomfortable. But as a parent, she is absolutely right.
I remember my little brother. Let me tell you a story. We're gonna veer off a little
story bit. Time. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. We ain't talking about this shit.
My younger brother is 11 years younger than me, so I really did take care of
11.
Me and my younger brother was big. Mine is 14 years.
Shit, what is going on?
Now, me and my sister is 5 years, but me and my younger brother is 14 years, so I'm there with you. And Addison and Jordan are 11 years. Are 8 years apart, so I got big age gaps even with my own kids.
Oh, so wow. when we were coming up, like I really did take care of him, and so we still have that dynamic today. Like he called and told me about he got hurt at work or whatever, so I'm still that mother figure to him. So I remember
same with my brother.
I remember one day we were going somewhere, or me and my mom was going somewhere. I picked her up, and he came out of the store, and I saw across the street from the house, and I saw like he was hiding a bottle of soda like under his arm. Snap. And so he came and he was like, yo, you want this soda? I was like, where you got that soda from? And he was like, from the store. I said, did you take this? And he didn't say anything, but I know him very well. I was like, did you just take this from the store? And so he was like, people take stuff all the time. They give us a hard time. I said, did you just take this soda from the store? Like, you don't have no sense. My mother went to slap him up against the head, like to say, what the hell is wrong with you? I took the soda, turned it upside down, and poured it out. Now, if the store wouldn't have called the police on him and made an example out of him, I would have taken him back to the store to pay for it. But I wasn't willing to do that. But I was certainly not going to allow him to benefit from that behavior, right? And so that's my sibling.
If
No, and that's smart. And that's
I
smart.
wasn't gonna go along with his misbehavior. And so his penalty that was that he didn't get to benefit from that misbehavior, and he was reprimanded by both me and my mother. But so I the whole the sibling thing. It depends on what's actually happening. But I didn't want him to be punished by the law, so that's why I didn't take him
Oh,
back.
hold on. So Elaine,
He was gonna
can we make it so let's make it so we can come full circle and we don't stay on this too long. Let's talk about how Tyrell did show up for her. And in this particular week, he
Right.
said, I bought you diamond earrings
Right.
because we used to always dream about this
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That to me, if my brother did that, my brother ain't never bought me shit, but much less, I mean, he might have sent me a cash app,
Right,
but
right.
I
Oh, no.
literally, that's a thing. So I'm just saying that I think that there is some room and grace for Tyrell. That yeah, he was upset with her because he was like, you know, you
It was
in
more annoyance. Yeah.
it was annoyance, but I still love you, and I get what you're saying. Where Samantha is so immature, she doesn't realize, and it's so funny. And I tell the story, and I wish she was in the chat, but my boo and his sister, that was one thing that they established with their parents as the two of them, and they were 6 years apart. But it was once they stopped fighting, they realized it's us against them.
Yeah. That's true.
And so we need to stop fighting each other and protect each other.
Yes.
And once the younger sibling realizes that, oh, you good.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's why they've been able to have a successful relationship, because yeah, it's always going to be us against the parentals, right? And so I get what you're saying about Samantha and like, oh, you're doing too much, and I understand that. And I do understand that. I think she did too much. I did when she was like, oh, and he needs to be punished, and I was like, but he's not the same age as you. Like if my sister, and granted, Samantha's only supposed to be only maybe 2 or 3 years younger than Tyrell.
Yeah,
but if my sister that was 5 years younger than me came at me with that heat, Jesus Christ, shit would have been a lot worse. That's all I can say. Because my mama absolutely was like, oh, you forgot about her when you went to college. And I was like, bitch, I'm in college. What you mean? I'm not thinking about my little sister. What the fuck you mean? I'm sorry. I'm a bad sister because I didn't invite her to the college party. Cheap said Samantha has always been a hater, though. She constantly takes digs at Tyrell, undercuts him. Meanwhile, he always has her back. Right. Most of their conflict has been because of her fresh ass mouth. Right. Her fresh ass grown ass mouth, but I'm gonna be quiet. Angel said, I'm 10 years older than my youngest brother and my late baby sister. Yeah, no, and my sister has that same dynamic with her kids. It's like 10, I think it's my oldest niece is like 21. My middle niece is 10 now, I think. No, wow. Jalen's about to be 8, so she just turned 9. My young middle niece is 9, and the youngest is 6 months. So I know about and it's funny because I always say like, oh, I always felt like that was the breakdown between me and my little sister and why we didn't have because I was like, oh, and it felt like it was because of the age gap. And I don't think it got shit to do with the age gap. It's just personalities.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move on. I think I read Chief's comment. So the Carlton Nicole, I didn't mean to say ho Nicole. No, Carlton and Nicole hook up. I meant to say hook up, but
those Freudian slips.
And yeah, that happened. They did their thing, but she was thinking about Ted. Elon goes off on Jacob, and Elon questions Joey. So we see Elon being like, "What, Jacob? What the fuck you doing?" And then he go to Joey and be like, "So I know you know some shit." And then Joey's like, I ain't got nothing to do with the plasma ring. I don't like blood. What you mean? And I was like, okay, well, we know Joey ain't got nothing to do with it, or at least he claimed he ain't got nothing to do. He playing it well, and
Yeah, but
and that's what I mean about shout out to John Lindstrom, because that's one thing I be believing Joey when he be saying he ain't got nothing to do with this shit. I be believing that shit.
but I don't think we should believe everything.
The lady's like, I don't think. Again, I'm the softie.
Because
That's
he
why I
also-
can't live in New York.
Remember,
somebody
he also told him, "Okay, I'll take the people following Smitty off," and he didn't. He kept Randy following him, even though he told Elon that he would take the guy following Smitty off of him, but he still let him follow him. He turned Vernon, and he think, yeah, when I need something, I'll come to you. He's still looking for something on Martin to hold over Martin's head. So, because what's the whole follow Smitty thing about? If it's not to try to get something on Martin. So I don't think we can believe everything that Joey says because he's not always telling the truth. Like, all the stuff that he knows, and Bill asked him to look into stuff, and you didn't share stuff with Bill. Like, Joey knows about Lynette. He didn't tell Bill about Lynette.
True.
So we can't trust, even though Joey outwardly is the most honest in his dastardly behavior. Like, I think we like that he owns who he is. He's like, I'm not a nice person. I'm not trying to be one.
Princess said Joey cool with me. He can't help that he's dealing with a bunch of dummies.
I think we like that he stands in who he is. He's like, yo, I'm not a good person. No, I'm not trying to be a good person.
I never been a good person, right?
Yeah, and so I think that's what we like about.
But that's more of Vanessa, and that's the shit that pisses me off.
It's like, don't you want to be a good person? No, not really.
I like where I'm at. But and then okay, let's talk about that. Okay, because we can't negate that. The Heather situation. I loved it.
Yes,
I loathed it. When he went and he was like, bitch, don't you be contacting my family. I love that. And he didn't say that in those words, but that's what the fuck he was saying.
But remember, Grayson did the same thing with Ashley. Ashley go looking for places for Grayson mother, and he was like, mind your business. Nobody has
bitch, like, mind your business, lady. Yeah, like DMX, mind your business.
I'm with it. I loved it. I was listening to run downstairs, but I agree.
GC Chair said, leave my Joey alone. No, I'm just saying I'm actually giving Joey kudos in this one because I was like, Vanessa, stop trying. And I said this on Twitter. I am never going to force. I don't agree with. I don't like when people do it. And granted, I have not been in a relationship outside of the one that I have with my child's father, where I could say how I would treat it. But I'm just not for that. Like, no, babe, you don't. No. Your child has the right to have their voice and say what they make, like what's comfortable to them. Right. And I hope that I would feel like no matter what relationship I got in, that my child comes first. And so Vanessa's shit to me. I'm sorry. I love me some Vanessa. Shout out to you, boo, because she's very supportive, and I understand it's a character, but yeah, no, the shit don't sit right with me. Like that you're constantly trying to force this man on your kids. That's weird AF.
No, I agree with you. I'm not with the whole forcing thing. I cannot, my old school sensibilities, just, it is what it is. Your imprint is what it is. I am over it in terms of the allowance for a kid, and and we're just going to chalk it up to the white versus black as well. You're just not going to talk crazy to me. However, that being said, especially once I sit down with you and tell you and have a conversation with you about what it is, and I do not feel like it's necessary for me to give you every detail, every chapter and verse. The bottom line is, me and your daddy wasn't what you thought we were. Period. End of story. You don't need to
Okay.
know everything that goes on in my life.
Okay, I
Now,
respect that, John.
now,
I respect that. You keep,
now that
but if you
being
keep it real with your kids, that's different.
Yeah, now that being said, well, to me, that is keeping it real. I'm keeping it real with you, telling you this shit ain't what you thought it was. But I don't have to give you every freaking nook and cranny detail of what way your daddy hit it or didn't hit it. Or, you know, or me and your daddy was hitting it right on both ends, and then we just grew apart and we didn't do it for each other. Whatever it was, what it was, whatever was it. But that's not even my thing. My main thing with this is to say I actually do agree with you. I just took the little detour as it relates to a child talking to me crazy, because it's just not going to happen in my world. And if you do, you are not in my world, because you're just not going to talk to me like that. Now, that being said, I do agree with the not forcing the situation on the kids, despite the fact that I have a healthy dose of respect for the fact that if y'all wasn't whatever, then I'm not going to, for the sake of demonizing you, try to act like you in this man's marriage was something that it wasn't. But that and I don't give a damn how much he needed you that night. I can't, I just can't put myself there. But and that's just me. That being said, you don't put a new situation in the kid's face immediately. You can have it going on behind closed doors. Knock yourself out, because to me, that's no different than if you and their father was never together, and the rule that most right thinking people have, that you don't introduce new mofos to your kids right away under any circumstance.
That part, that's where I'm at.
Now, granted, they're adults. We know you damn sure don't do it with minors if you have any sense. With adults, maybe a little bit different if they know you're dating. But that, again, detour. Bottom line is, in this particular case, their dad died. No matter what the relationship was or it wasn't, they died. If you are fine with being with your new boo and being consoled by him and loving on him and him loving on you, I'm not going to knock that. What you eat don't make me shit. My issue is you introducing this scenario to them 10 minutes after their dad died, and expecting them to be okay with it no matter what the circumstances are of how it occurred. Whether you and Joey met before or after the father died, their father just died. And you cannot expect to shove this down their throat and they be okay with it no matter how it occurred. That being said, you my child, you still ain't gonna talk to me crazy. But she did something that is just stupid. It's just incredibly stupid.
No, and so I'm gonna go into the bigger of the big, and this is gonna cause a much. And God damn it, we've been up here for 3 hours already. I'm gonna try to get us off it by midnight, y'all. But I know this conversation is go longer.
At least it's not a school night. That doesn't mean
it's not a school night.
In the morning,
but a lot of people feel away because they feel like it was a bait and switch. I've already said it. They told us it was going to be about this predominantly Black powerful family, and this is what they was giving us. And a lot of people feel like we got bamboozled, y'all.
Yeah, we've talked
in
about
hoodwink, and now it's about Joey, and it's about Vanessa, and so I'm gonna give the show grace. We gotta have diversity. We do,
yes,
because we want to attract other audiences. However,
we also don't live in the world alone.
Right. So I can understand where it's like, yo, and I did enjoy some of Vanessa's things, and y'all have heard me do my recaps. I've enjoyed certain things, but I'll be honest, I'm with the audience where I'm tired.
I just think they they have overdone it with Vanessa and Joey. I don't mind them being on, especially since Joey, well, John Lindstrom is a veteran, right? And so he's one of the better actors on the show, and so I don't mind him being in a storyline that makes sense, but I just think they're overusing them to repeat the same things over and over again.
I agree. Now
Um,
that
but
I
this
absolutely.
is this has nothing to do with the color of their skin or anything, because the reality is it's still a majority African American show. The only full time people of another persuasion on the show are Ashley, Joey, and Vanessa. No other people are regulars on the show. Everybody
And if
else
we
is
didn't have this
recurring.
Grayson aspect of the storyline, we probably wouldn't
Wouldn't have
be
him.
able to
And I
get.
believe this is petering out, right?
Yeah, and I
So
mean, because we really were kind of, thank goodness, we weren't really dealing with Ashley as much as her and Derek stopped being shoved down our throats. I think they heard that we only needed them in small doses every couple of weeks. And then they
so
broke
I
up.
don't mind this if it's to get to a story, but I think
Yes,
they used Vanessa and Joey, unfortunately, as filler to spread
like they
the
did with
storyline
Leslie.
out.
They,
Yeah,
they they do, and that's so I agree with you, and I think that this is an overall issue that they have with using some of these ancillary characters in
I
general.
mentioned
Because
this
if
earlier.
you take the racial aspect out of it, we have had the exact same issue with how they use Leslie.
Yep, I mentioned the same thing earlier. I think they think, oh, they like them, and so we should do more with them. Remember
And I don't
everybody
know who told us that
complimented
we liked them
Vanessa
that much.
when Doug died, and they were like, "Wow, she's great." Da, 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 da. And so, yeah, she was great. It doesn't mean we wanted to see her every day.
Yeah.
And
And not even every
nothing
day,
every
because
day.
the way I applaud Vanessa's performance, but I need her to have some retribution. Does that make sense? Like, I need her to have a moment where she's breaking down because the shit has hit the fan, the walls have fallen, Doug is still alive,
We
you're a
need some
hoe,
movement.
I
We
don't
need
your
need
some
kids
Doug
don't,
movement.
your
alive. I
kids,
know that
your
y'all are
kids
on
don't
that,
like
but
you.
I don't want Doug alive.
Oh, I do.
I'm not interested in Doug at all. I didn't
Well,
care
I'm
about
not
him when he was
interested in
alive.
old Doug the way they wrote him, but I'm interested
I
in
never
Doug
liked
letting
Doug.
payback come back. Yeah.
I guess. I just never saw it for Doug.
I'm interested in Doug coming back because I want him to give her the business.
Yep.
Because
And I
the way
want him to get both of
Vanessa
them
is
to,
frolicking, she'll have a moment. Oh, I thought about Doug, but let me go back to fucking Joey, and I just be like,
yeah.
okay, girl.
And I want both of her kids to see her for who she is. Because right now she got one kid doesn't want to talk to her, but she's still pushing. Even today, she pushed Danelle. No, yesterday she was like, "I need you to get along with him. I need you to like Joey." I mean, what is wrong with you, lady?
So let's talk about so Leah puts Grayson to work at the clinic. We know that. And got him doing his thing. She forced him into it, and apparently Derek had no point of reason because Leslie came to him and said, "Nigga, if you want to keep your job, you better do that shit." So that ran into each other, and I don't really have much to say about that, but I understand Derek being like, "No, that nigga shady," and I don't want him working at the clinic, but it is what it is.
Right,
Yeah.
they making him do it. So
Then Tomas and Smitty linking up. And I said, this is like two bobbleheads getting together, just like Jacob. It's like two bobbleheads getting in. So what
yeah,
do we know? What are we gonna do? And
right.
so, and I was like, oh, okay. This is what we doing with them. So it didn't really give me that much.
I'm
Um,
excited to see this storyline in next week.
look, are you trying to skip ahead to next week, child?
I'm just saying because all of this is nonsense. Like,
You said all of this is nonsense,
Yeah,
and I really don't have much. And then Randy comes back with the info on Smitty, but Joey already know. I got
And then
that.
it's this red herring of he's having an affair. So the only
So what do
funny
we
thing
think about
about that
Randy and
is
Mona?
me and you have said that you would think that he was having an affair a while ago with the phone calls and everything, and then all of a sudden they bring up, oh, we think he's having an affair. They thought Jacob was a hooker or something. That was funny.
That was. What do you what did I just say? I forgot. I forgot. I was gonna ask you about somebody's dynamic. And I'm going through
Smitty
my
and
notes.
Ashley.
Huh? What'd you say, babe?
Smitty and Ashley's dynamic.
Yes. What do you think about the Smitty and Ashley of it all?
In what way?
Them coming together and Ashley been like, nigga, I'm desperate. I'm fighting for my life.
I
She's
don't
like,
care.
oh, you don't give a damn.
She said she don't care.
I don't.
She said,
Well, y'all heard that.
I
Give a
don't. I guess I still haven't gotten over Ashley boring me, and so I'm gonna go with it for the sake of the storyline. But every time I see Ashley on my screen, I'm like, womp womp.
so I do think she's gotten better in this season than last season. I felt like that because they were forcing her in this relationship with Andre that I didn't agree with, and I didn't think they had the chemistry. I was like, why are we doing this? Um, at least with her and Grayson, I do feel like she likes Grayson and he liked her. Even though they started as a hookup and they don't really have a strong relationship, that they keep pressing forward with acting like they are in a real relationship. When I don't recall them ever having a conversation about being exclusive or anything. But at least this sort of makes sense
I guess,
because
and I think if I'm being really honest, part of my issue with yeah, Ashley is a character, I felt the same way about her first season as everybody else.
yeah.
But I gotta be honest, and I think I've said this before, the actress doesn't do it for me. And so I have a hard time connecting. She just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, no, Jen Jacobs doesn't do it for you.
I
Um,
mean, quite frankly, the Derek character. I mean, he grew on me. He only grew on me a bit because
When
I
it,
actually liked the way then I know we talked about this before in terms of the racial dynamic, but I actually liked the play between him and Leslie. The stuff between Derek and Leslie in the past few weeks is like some of the only times I enjoyed seeing her on screen.
and I actually think him and Eva have a good chemistry. I've said that I think that him and Eva have a better chemistry than her and Isaiah.
Well, he certainly has a better chemistry with her than he does with Ashley. Isaiah and Eva are borderline cringeworthy to me. Not quite as bad as her mother and Elon, but they give me cringy, and they do a lot of innuendos that like somebody who used
No,
to
so what was it, Elaine? You were like, where is he gonna put the batter? They doing that in the bedroom, and this is how you know. And I'm laughing to myself because again, we all used to be young, right? But it was Elaine being like, "Where's the batter going?" Because that's in the bedroom and that's on the sheets, and like being practical like an adult. And I was like, "That's some bullshit." Because I would, if my man came out with some cake batter and said, "Bitch, I'm gonna butter you," I was like, I'd be like, and then I gotta wash the sheets next day. Fuck you, nigga. Like,
right, like this does not. Wait, this was that the icing or I don't know. Like, but that looked like the cupcake batter.
no, that was the bat. Everybody know you like to lick the spoon after you done made some cake.
But you
And
don't lick it off of me. What? I was like,
John the quiet because she said maybe I didn't have that shit licked off of me.
I have not, but I'm not against it as long as you
Look, I'm not against it.
I'm not against it as long as you don't is you know me. I'm gonna come in with the
Of course you
segmentation
are.
part. I'm
I
fine with
know.
it as long as you keep it away from entry points where the sugar could
You,
cause any type of infection.
Bitch, you got diabetes.
you stupid. I'm sorry. That's something, you can't pour something on to my sheet. A cake batter. I'm sorry. Like cornbread.
Cake
What are
batter
we
could
doing?
get a little weird in the sheets and whatever. Like you get ants.
Look, we could do.
not you get ants. So let me tell y'all a funny story.
All that sugar and stuff. And
We could do ice
milk,
cubes.
whatever.
So to Jonda's point, my dude always leaves. He drinks tea, and he always leaves a cup in his office. And I'd be like, please take that. And like it bothers me. Like I'll see it sitting there, and I'm like, please take the cup up to the kitchen, because literally, if he lets it sit there long enough, and I'm not there to patrol or take it up, next thing I know, I see ants crawling inside it because of the sugar.
Yeah.
Because of the sugar that's at the bottom of the cup.
Right.
And I'd be like, see, this is the shit. And now we got an invasion of ants coming in, and they gonna go look for some more sugary shit.
Right.
Yeah.
You stupid. Elaine was like, wait, where you going with the cake batter?
No, because
I love
I was like,
watching you on Twitter.
I
though.
was like, no, because I'm you know, I like a little whipped cream. I do a little thing. But I was like, cake batter. I was like, that's good.
That's new.
I like cake batter. I'll eat that.
And at first I was like, well, is that cookie dough? No, he didn't make cookies. He made cupcakes. So I was like, oh, raw cake batter has raw eggs. Someone's going to get sick. Him job sick.
And so then Ren calls Jacob to meet him at the warehouse, which he should know he about to die, but he don't realize. And he was like, am I meeting up with the big bosses? Or then
He's asking all these questions. Oh my God. He's such a bad cop.
That's why I said I don't want to ever see this again. I don't want to ever see this again.
I mean, just awful.
Yeah,
it's just awful.
Raw cake batter has raw eggs. Someone's gonna get sick. We've been eating raw cake batter all our lives. And, you know, maybe that's why we got diabetes. I don't know, but it, you know.
All right, y'all. Jonda, is there anything I missed? Everybody in the chat panel, is there anything I missed?
No, but those of you who are on Twitter, Jazz has posted some screenshots and some pictures and some snippets of videos from the ladies getting ready for the cotillion, and so they
okay
house, and we get to see Danny and
oh, wait a minute. What is her TikTok again? I think I'm following, but let me
it's
make sure.
Jazz, but it's
is it Jazz with an S or Jazz with a Z?
Jazz with an S, but that
okay.
her real thing is
middle of the map.
Yeah, middle of the map.
Okay, middle of the map.
But if you put Jazz, it'll come up.
No, it didn't for me.
J-A-S.
The middle of the map. Let me see.
She posted some
is it middle of the map TV?
Yeah. No, it's just middle of the map, Jazz, right here. Let me see if I can put this link down. And
she has her profile picture is that young girl, the gymnast, I can't remember her name right now, but it's the gymnast.
So that's I just put her
look at Elaine being a good moderator.
You know me, I put the THE. So
oh no, it is Jazz. It's JAZ.
Middle of the
S. It's JAZ. Yeah, and so she has screenshots up, and she even has a scene with all of them at the house, and it looks like everybody's there dressed up, with the exception of Eva, because I think Eva's there to do their hair. But like Kat, Danny, Chelsea, Nicole,
Samantha and Jessica are all
Oh, this is on
not
X. Girl,
dressed
you
up.
had me
Yeah.
looking at had me on TikTok. Okay, I got it now.
So
And
yeah, it's
and,
on
and
Twitter.
Jazz does as Elaine was saying, Jazz does her fucking thing. And shout out to Jazz. Shout out to Jazz. She does her thing. She gets all them video clips.
Yeah, and screenshots is just wonderful. She's just
Cause
fabulous.
she'll go back and show you, be like, this is why I don't feel bad for Eva. And she will show you a
This,
video of why, and I'll be like, yes, sis. That's why that's my girl. That's my
yeah,
girl.
she gets receipts, and she does like small, like little clips, but it's clips so you get the flavor. So on the days when I have to be in the office and I can't see the show until later, like that's how I keep up with what's going on at 2 o'clock because I need to know what's happening right then and there. I'll be in a meeting watching Twitter, the Twitter posts, like.
Oh, y'all in the comments being real. Hold on. Y'all being real nasty because it's a Friday night. Y'all need to go have sex. So Angel said, listen, I had chocolate on me, and that nigga had the nerve to use a Hall's throat Larson.
Yo, stupid.
I can't. I can't, y'all. I've been drinking. I can't do this with y'all.
I've been drinking.
Raw cake batter has raw eggs. Somebody go get sick. Y'all are terrible. What you mean we all used to be young? Hey now, maybe some of us would like that. Okay.
I know that's right.
Looks like Naomi wants to be a cop.
yet.
Look, Carolyn, and hey Carolyn, I ain't see you creep in the building. Said looks like Naomi wants to be the cop sitting around being Ashley's bodyguard. That part. Leslie and Marcel, not Elon. No, it would never be Elon, and I don't want that. I don't want
Why
that.
Chelsea wearing something that I don't like? Ugh, I hate it.
No, I saw that and I was like, Chelsea, why are you wearing that to the
The
casino?
gloves, the headpiece. First of all, that's not even cotillion appropriate. Let's start.
Well, you know, Chelsea's like Danny. So I think that's why they prepped us on Friday's episode, and they were like, Chelsea and Danny didn't, and they were like, Chelsea would have came. Danny would have
Yeah,
came.
but Chelsea is a part of the family and has been, just because she didn't do a cotillion doesn't mean that she doesn't know. She's a part of the family and has gone to them. She just didn't personally come out. But she was, if her cousins and all them did it, she was there. She just didn't do it. She just tacky. I like the way Chelsea, don't get me wrong, I like what Chelsea wears a lot of the time, but she also can be tacky.
No, she can't. No, and I love Jerisha that styles them. And when she did the thing of and I'm gonna be honest, it might be an age thing at this point. And like but as I'm older and I'm 40 now, and I was looking at her closet and she was like, it's just very colorful, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna and I watch all her videos like with Andre, like with Danny, like, and I was like, girl, but you really are like, she's picking the most colorful, like kind of what's the word, eccentric, eclectic.
Yeah. Chelsea's dress is basically a longer version almost of what my girlfriend, except for that crisscross thing at the top, wore to our fall dance in college, and that was in 1989. Oh, because it's definitely given a throwback. She's definitely trying to do the whole 80s kind of thing.
Well, Chief said Ashley is better as a supporting character. She falls apart when she tries to when they try to push her as lead. I agree with that. Kimmy said, I hate that Ashley is the emotional center of this story. That part. It seems that Carolyn said it seems that Naomi is pushing more masculine than anything.
No, I think she's being black. If you have
and protecting Ashley. No, we already said that we think she like Ashley. Yes. We already think she like Ashley.
I think people are mixing her real life, what they know her real life is, what with what's on screen because
And it's funny because I hadn't even thought about that until you
she's
said it.
being as protective of her as Danny was of Vanessa, as Nicole is of Vanessa. It's just
Okay.
that Vanessa is the type to push back and Ashley is not, right? And so how is their dynamic any different than Vanessa and Nicole? The difference is Vanessa is pushing back because Vanessa wants what Vanessa wants. Ashley pushes back in a different way. So just like today,
I've always felt that Naomi was over the top as it relates to Ashley, and quite frankly, I didn't even think about.
Naomi's over the top when it comes to Jacob. We got on her
Yeah, because
pushing
we've joked
Jacob.
about Ashley and Naomi, and honestly, I had totally forgot about Naomi being LGBTQ. What? Well, it's late until just now. Like honestly, I didn't remember even earlier when I made the scissor comment. I just said it because it's like, girl, y'all too much.
But
No,
I
but
think, but I think she's like overwhelming because that's who her personality is. This is where Bill and Danny
It's
come
still
in.
annoying.
She's Danny's daughter.
I just always felt like she was annoying.
I think that she's overwhelming with Ashley, but we don't see the same energy when it comes to Haley. And I think she's putting the fire to Haley now. So I like the dynamic that she's not letting Haley get away with anything again. Because remember, she was trying to be nice with Haley there for a minute.
Yeah,
But
this
she
is too much.
finally got her back up.
Back when she was all wrapped up in her and Ashley and Derek's relationship and whatever. I was just like, girl, oh. But yeah, but this time I don't even care if she's sitting at the hospital. I felt like she had already done too much.
Yeah.
When she went there and told her at the hospital instead
Yeah,
of
it was.
hell, I would have even preferred if she told her on the phone, but not going to the damn scene of the crime.
Everything happens at that darn nurse's station. They kill me.
I mean, and it's a public area.
that part. And then they'll put them to the side to the chair and think it's private.
But still talking loud.
Right.
By the way, I'm looking at this picture of Samantha and looking at the cotillion.
Oh,
photo.
so guys, this is what I need us to do, especially you, Jonna, because you have a YouTube channel, but you included Elaine, and I will talk to you and I will send it to you in your DMs. We are trying to flood the TikTok, Instagram, and all the social medias with our cotillion pictures. And apparently, Chat GPT already has a prompt. So you ain't even got to go put on no dress. You just upload your picture. You put it in Chat GPT, and I will give you the prompts. But we gonna upload our cotillion pictures next week. Okay, that's what we doing. We gonna do all our cotillion pictures. We gonna be in our white gloves and whatever you gonna do. And because I've seen some really good ones. I've seen some really good ones come out actually.
I gotta get my mom to scan mine. Of course, Addison just did her grand waltz last spring, so so her pictures are fresh in my phone. And a bunch of my other little Jack and Joe babies. So I got a bunch that I can upload.
So let me just show y'all if y'all can see. This is if you can see, this is one of our members that she did the cotillion AI, and that's her in the cotillion AI, probably looking like Anita, but she ready. She ready. She ready spaghetti. And I love it. And I was like, yes, we're gonna flood, we're gonna do this cotillion thing, because what we're not gonna do is let this be Winterfest and let it be a disappointment. Because I know some people told me they dressed up for Winterfest, and I said, I'm mad you did that.
You dressed up for Winterfest more than the people who was at
Winterfest.
Right.
This had on a hoodie or something crazy.
I can't. I was just like, what on earth? What? It was just like, I'm confused. What is going on? You're wearing a sweater set.
Hold on. Somebody said some. I saw a comment where somebody said, "I love how they style Cat." That's the same. That's the same designer.
Yeah,
Betty J Webb popped in.
yeah.
I love whoever is styling Cat. It's Jerisa. Jerisa gets her things. She picks the pieces. Like she does her things. I do feel like, and this is just me, because I used to model. Motherfuckers can put anything on you, but if you can't carry it well, if that's not, it doesn't flow. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be feeling like sometimes and I'm gonna be honest with you. Prime example, Eva's outfit on her birthday. I hated all the chains and hanging off her, but she carried it well. I had to give my sister her things,
Yeah, many of her looks are very daring, and only she can do it.
and only she can do it. And that's what I'm saying. She did that. She did that. And y'all know I'm not a, but she did that thing. I said, because I would look at that and be like, I don't want all this and hanging off me. And then like I would, and she was like, yeah, girl, let's do it. She does a lot of daring looks, and I see Jerisa's playing because she's a daring character. So, and she said that that's how she dresses them. That's when she goes out and she shops. That's what she does. So, yeah, y'all. Jonda, Elaine, what y'all got going on before we get up out of here? Because I gotta get to bed because I gotta take my man to a spa day tomorrow. For
Oh,
it's his birthday month.
are you
So
gonna do
Happy
some
birthday to your boo.
thank you. Because I know Jonda's met him. But go ahead. You met him too, Elaine. But what'd you say, babe?
Are you gonna get some spa in too, or is
No,
it?
we're going to the spot together. That's what I'm saying. It's an all day experience. We're gonna be at the spot all day tomorrow. I'm dropping my son off, which is like an hour away with my aunt, away from the spa that we need to be at. But I'm gonna drop him off for the night, and then we're gonna go there, do the spa all day, drink, be in the pool, do all the things, and I'm gonna take him to dinner. And then that's all. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yes, right, right. So that's what we doing over here. So Jonda, what you got going on your side, girl? Because
Catch
you,
up, girl. Catch up.
I was gonna say, because you probably been catching up because you've been on
Still,
travel.
well, travel, and then I'm still catching up from the back. Oh, I just had to show mine. If you could see that, that is me and my baby in her photo.
Oh, I love that. Where is that? What is that? That's not cotillion. That baby grown.
Well, remember she just had no. I'm holding her in that, but this was. I mean, it was, but basically our and Tilly. This is last year in her coming out, and this is two of our girls in their ball gowns.
I love it.
For their grand waltz when they came out. When you're a senior in Jack and Jill, it's a huge, massive one. Remember, I said we went to Philadelphia, and so you've never seen anything more beautiful than seeing over 300 of our black kids waltzing on the floor all at one time. There were 600 of them, so they had to go 3 times to do all of them. So I have video. It is magnificent. One of the
3 times
you've ever seen. Wow. Yeah, well, because they had to cycle them in and out because there were so many of them. Yeah, and so and they're all in their white ball gowns and the boys in their tuxedos. And because we're progressing like everybody should in terms of being inclusive. If there are girls who wanted to wear a tuxedo because that's how they felt more comfortable, so there was a couple young ladies in some badass white tuxedos because that's how they felt comfortable, and it was beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And then we talk behind the scenes, but I told y'all I told John that I have family that's in the Jack and Jill, and it has me thinking like, do I need to go ahead and get my son acclimated to be an escort?
Her by herself.
Ooh, the baby.
Yeah.
I love it. Elaine, what you got going on in your But what? I'm sorry. Before I cut you, so you're catching up. But what are you doing? What are you featuring? Are you gonna? Because I'm gonna be honest. I felt a little way when I didn't see you talk about the Cheyenne Bryant, and I know you had things to do. but you being a lawyer and professor and all the other I said, why didn't this girl not go live, but at least drop a video about all the shits of the shits?
Oh, you're talking to me or like me?
You.
Oh, okay, girl. First of all, I have just been. It changes every day. It really, if you,
it's like one day I had my degree, but then it switched, and then
yes, I have been following this story, and I swear, every time I think I got it, it changes. The first she had the degree, then the school supposedly shut down. Then if you ask for the transcript, then they take away the what. It was crazy.
And that's not true.
Now it has come. Well, we know it's not true because we have degrees. Now,
well, no, because I went into the Art Institute, which all of them got shut down.
Yeah, well, but we know it's bullshit. If you
right.
did it, you did it. If you got it and the school is gone, it don't matter. You already got yours. But the other thing that has come out, because there's the doctor, I forget, is a sister who has been on her ass, is now apparently there's no degree. Well, no PhD. Yeah, so that's the latest I've heard as of today, that even the PhD is a lie. And then probably about an hour before we got started, and you tell me if you heard this, about an hour before we got started, allegedly her book publisher is now willing to do refunds.
They're giving refunds. Giving refunds, sweetheart.
Okay, and see, I had just gotten home. I had it, which I love. Shout out to my intern, because she said she was going to watch. I had an intern this week from a local high school.
I'll send you some videos, but let's talk. I would love to do a collab.
Yeah, because it's
to talk about it, because one, I love therapy. I ain't got no doctorates in it. I know you went to school. I went to school. And it's just crazy.
And I went to a school, therapy as well. Big fan.
Right. And I went to a school that was discredited. So I know that I can still. So this is wild to me. So I would love. Yeah. So let's talk offline.
I mean, at this point, she got the same PhD as Black China and Sheree.
Wow.
I can't.
You know that school in Atlanta that's giving who got them now? Remember, Black China got one. Sheree.
To bless their hearts. And we know what that means, but that doesn't mean you actually went to school and learned. So like I said, I would love to collab, and once you're caught up, I would love to talk about that and do a live or do a recording and talk about. And thank you so much, my moderator Elaine, for dropping in and dropping the links. Please drop the link for Jonda. Also, Elaine, what you got going on? Drop your own link, girl, because you out there dropping them bread. Now, we need you to do, Elaine, what we need you to do is drop recipes, sis.
Yes, I need to do longer things so that I'm like telling you everything.
But you good. But I see you cooking. I'm like, but how she do it?
Yes, those are longer videos, so I'm trying to like grab interest and draw people in before I start doing like 20 to 30 minute like cooking videos, and then or videos that you can
do 1 or 2 parts. Be like, because I don't know if you heard about, and I'm gonna try it this week. This like after I'm done with all my luxurious shit, I'm gonna try dirty spaghetti.
I saw that, yeah.
Dirty spaghetti, and I don't know what that means, but it looked good.
I'm intrigued.
It looks like Rasta pasta to me.
It looks like Rasta pasta.
I've not made that, so
And it looks good, and I was here for it, so I was like, okay. And
let's not get some great recipes. So yeah, I go on cooking TikTok and get lost. Like I tried the baked sweet potatoes, cooking them down, face down in the oven. Absolutely delicious.
Oh, I've never. It's so baked.
I don't eat sweet potatoes like that because again,
I don't eat yams. But it's a baked sweet potato.
You don't eat yams, sis.
No, I don't eat yams. Yeah, I make yams, but I don't eat them. It's too sweet. I don't. Yeah, I don't eat yams. But
Somebody in the chat is telling you they need a good recipe for tea cakes.
So I'm not a baker. I am a cook. A cake is an art. And I cook food that is more of a science. And so I take my hat off to people who bake because it literally is art. And so I don't have the patience for baking, and that's strange, right? Because I could do hours of cooking. But cooking to me,
I understand
They are
because you gotta
different.
watch
They
it.
are different skill sets.
No,
and you have
because
to
I
be
like baking,
artistic
like
and
I like baking
creative.
chicken because I don't have to watch it. I'm gonna set it
Yeah,
on this amount and I'm gonna
yeah,
come back in 35 minutes. If I gotta continuously watch it, poke it, I
yeah.
don't want to do it.
I
I
enjoy
love
baking, but
the
I have to be in
sensation
the
of
mood.
food, but I don't like. I can't pretty it up and outside of the way it looks. Like my
Oh well, no,
macaroni.
mine isn't going to be pretty. It's just going to
Yeah.
be food.
Elaine, Princess got a question for you.
What's the difference between sweet potatoes and yams? There are none, virtually. There is none. Um, uh,
There's
People from
tons
the
of
South.
yams though.
So there are different types of sweet potatoes. There's purple potatoes. There's yams, and they're different colors, right? There's a white yam. And so some has more sugar in it.
That's how you know she cooked because I didn't even know there was different type of yams.
Yeah, so if you look up the different colors of sweet,
I thought they were all orange.
our people use the word sweet potato and yams interchangeably, and really, the way what we eat, whether it's a sweet potato or a yam. Like if you go to a restaurant and they have sweet potato fries, it's yams. You're not making it into a yam. A yam is how we sugar it up and put all your brown sugar and everything like you would have on a Thanksgiving, where the sweet
Oh,
potato itself is the whole sweet potato before you before you peel it and make it into a yam. But we use it interchangeably, and so there's virtually no difference to us. However, if you're going shopping, you do need to say whether you want a sweet potato or yam, or you will see a purple yam, and it's just it's different. Um, the level of sweetness. Like if you don't put any sugar in a yam at all, and you taste the different colors of sweet potatoes, you will taste the natural sweetness of the sweet potato.
mm.
It's sweeter than a white potato, but that's where the sweet potato name comes from. But yams are really what we do when we put it in the oven with the sugar and the vanilla and nutmeg and all of that.
So what's so funny? I don't eat yams. Again, I'm a texture girl, but I can admit that I probably, even though it's a little sweeter than I would like, I'll eat a good baked sweet potato.
I'm telling you, try that recipe. If they have it on TikTok, also split the yam in half, split the sweet potato in half, poke holes in that face down piece, the sweet potato, sprinkle a little bit of salt and a little bit of sugar on it, and lay it down on a buttered pan and let it bake like that for about 45 minutes. Absolutely delicious.
Okay, I have one more question before we get off here about food. So let me ask y'all, right? I am a big because I realize as I'm getting older, acidity is becoming a problem for me.
Yeah.
Like I get heartburn real bad. And I realized that like this is why people put sugar in their spaghetti.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that's why they put in their tomato sauce. But my son likes it. My dude like he don't say anything. He be just like this shit is good, and he go back for seconds and thirds. And I be like, but when he makes it, he just makes it because he's like very pure. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm gonna make it. I went to Italy, and this is how they make it, and it's not. And I'm like, but yeah, no, it's too acidic. where I can't enjoy it because I have heartburn after I eat it. So I just want y'all opinion. Do y'all prefer y'all spaghetti with sugar, or do y'all just want the straight tomato sauce?
Absolutely not. No sugar for me.
Oh,
So
okay.
I do add so I put sugar in a lot of things that people don't necessarily think about sugar. I put a dash of sugar in my macaroni and cheese. And so
Ooh, okay.
my baked macaroni and cheese. So I do put a dash of sugar because it's too tart. Um Otherwise, however, if you want to get away from the sweetness, baking soda also cuts the acidity in a spaghetti sauce.
And
A
Elaine,
small amount of
what
baking.
I realized by hold on, Jada, what I realized by this live, Elaine,
Yeah.
you need to go cook live. No, and I'm being honest. I'm being honest because the people have questions. Like people,
Yeah.
and I was using it like, and they would have questions, and they, well, why would you do
I
this?
can answer them and live. Yeah.
Yes, you need to go live while you're cooking, whether it be TikTok, YouTube, or
Yeah.
whatever. You need to go live while you're cooking and say, "This is what I'm doing, and this is why I'm doing it." Because you're breaking down a lot of things for me, and I feel like I'm a pretty good cook. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. No, these are. It comes over time, and it comes watching other people, and it comes in trying to find enjoyment of food you like and that doesn't agree with your body all the time. Like I
right? Because I'm lactose intolerant, so
yeah,
like,
I'm lactose intolerant as well. And so I went through this whole thing of trying to make a fat-free macaroni and cheese. It does not work. Don't do it. You could do a
Would
lower
never
fat.
even think of it.
Yeah, you could do a lower fat, but if you want real macaroni and cheese, that's got to be your cheat thing. That's got to be your cheat. You don't have to cheat with everything if you're trying to cut certain things down. Like I'm trying to cut salt down in my diet, and so it's some things that I used to cook and I got from my mom that I don't do anymore. I no longer cook with Lawry's. I use Morton seasoned salt because it's
okay.
less sodium in it. And you may think, well, seasoned salt is a seasoning salt.
I
Actually,
was literally getting ready to say that, but and I said, let me wait to see what
it's
she has
not.
to say.
Lori's, look at the sodium intake in Lori's. It's very high. And so, you're not going to get away from salt, but so much unless you just stop eating salt. So I still want my food to taste good. I also use fresh herbs more than I use dry herbs. Parsley,
We do the
cilantro,
same thing. Yeah.
sage, oregano. I have a basil plant in my window.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We're aligned in that where I'm growing my herbs in the
Yep,
backyard or in
yep.
my hydroponic system where it's already in the kitchen and you could just go and be like, "Oh, let me pull some basil, let me pull some." Okay. Okay. So because sometimes when I'm cooking, I'll be like, "Am I adding too much salt? Am I adding?" Because I think about like later on, like it may not affect them now,
Yeah, but
but
it's I want the you get diabetes, you get high blood pressure, not because
right.
of one meal at one time. It's how we've eaten over a lifetime. And the way our parents, especially if they came from the South, the way they cook, we can't sustain that. We when you know better, you have to at least try to do better. I see Angel said take turmeric before you eat anything acidic. So the thing with turmeric is turmeric also um helps your muscles
Yeah.
and um sort of the achiness that comes in your muscles. But if you're gonna start on turmeric, you should take it every day. You can't just take it like it's like what's that stuff you take, Zantac or whatever, that helps with.
Or like lactate when you take it
Yeah.
before you get
If you're
ready to
gonna
eat.
take something natural like a turmeric, and turmeric is natural, right? A
Yes,
turmeric,
turmeric is it's a natural, yeah.
yeah, you could season your food with it. But if you're gonna start taking it as a supplement, make sure turmeric has pepper in it. Make sure the one you get has pepper in it, and you have to start it and take it daily. You can't just use it like, oh, I'm getting ready to eat something acidic today. It has to be a part of your regimen. Nothing wrong with turmeric. My husband takes turmeric.
But it's because of his aches. He used to be a garbage man, jumping off in a garbage truck. It takes its toll. So he takes it every day. Me, on the other hand, I take apple cider vinegar pills and garlic pills. And that's because when I'm out on the street, I can't control salt intake, and I'm trying to fight against high blood pressure and stuff like that. And it's a natural way to do it. If I could drink apple cider vinegar, that would be even better, but I can't. I can't drink it. I tried.
And literally, this whole narrative that you gave us is the reason why you I'm so happy you have a channel now. No, but literally because you have so much information to give to the people that like I would listen to and be like, oh, I'm listening to Elaine while I'm making this recipe or
Right.
how because it literally what made me think about it was you made something the other day and I watched it and you were using less salt and I was like,
Yeah.
what?
And
She's
I say
using
it
less
when
salt
I'm
as
cooking.
a black person because we love salt. So
Yeah.
I was like, what you mean? And then as I was watching, I said, okay. And for health reasons, and as we're getting older and all the other things, and I said, I love it. And this is your lane, Elaine. This is
Yeah.
your lane. And I
Yeah.
love you for it. And I encourage you, y'all go follow Elaine on the TikTok. Okay. She giving y'all recipe and with the plantains, Cleo or whoever was Kamara, she got the plant. She was doing that the other day. I be watching like, and I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of Jonda. I'm so proud of Kimmy. I'm so proud of Sky. And like I said, I will always support my team. I want to see us all glow and grow. That is that is why I mean outside of just talking to y'all, this is why I do this to help y'all glow and grow. So I love this. And look, Angel said, I love you, Elaine. I use turmeric in my green tea every day. Oh,
Yeah.
so my boo is a tea drinker, Angel. So
Mhm.
maybe I'll suggest that to him
Yep.
because he's older. So maybe I'll suggest that to him.
If you like turmeric, try to buy turmeric
Well,
the
well,
season.
he likes nasty tea. Like I like tea that tastes good. He's that guy that just likes, and I guess that's the tea that's better. He likes nasty tea.
You
He said nasty tea. I can't.
I want some raspberry, cinnamon. I want all the shits in my tea that's probably not healthy for me. And he likes the nasty. He be like, no, baby. And he be like, oh, instead of coffee, I got this awakening tea. I said, fuck no, I'm going to my Starbucks, my Sumatra. You got me fucked up. I'm not doing it.
My daughter is a big tea drinker.
Really?
Yeah, big time. She's all about her tea.
Oh, M Chop. Look what M Chop said, Elaine.
Elaine is using science, chemistry, in a cooking narrative. Well, science. I'm telling you, cooking is a science, and it's
It is.
very much mixing and matching things to get the taste that you want out of it.
I
My
love it.
girlfriend
I
is
can just be
is a
healthier.
STEM teacher, and she uses cooking all the time with the younger kids.
Yes, and we can teach our younger kids to start cooking like that. Cause like I said, I didn't start cooking like that. I started cooking like my grandma.
Right.
So they got all the fat, all the salt,
Yeah.
all the
Like,
things that
oh
I
my
feel
goodness,
like
the things they used to Crisco. Oh my goodness,
yes, but
what
all
we
the things
doing?
that we felt made it taste great,
Yeah.
right?
Salt pork. Like we can't. Come on, y'all. We can't.
'Cause even when somebody told me one day I was making greens and they say you using turkey necks, and I said, bitch, why I'm using turkey when I can use pork?
Oh, I don't mind using smoke neck bones and stuff in my to season my greens,
Right.
but you can't have the greens and then eat the pork and the meat that goes with the dinner. Like we just go too far, right? Like when we were talking about how is made macaroni and cheese with truffle and no
Right.
meat, people think, oh, the greens got meat, and then where's the meat that go with dinner, and
Yeah.
then where's the other side that goes with it? Like you just gotta pick your poison, and we can't have everything at once, right? Sometimes I make a bunch of different sides because I'm making it for the week, and so tomorrow when I'm eating leftovers, I don't have to eat all four sides. I'll eat two of the sides. So the next day, it's like I'm eating a different meal, even though I made it all as one meal, you know. So if you follow me, you see that on Sundays, I usually make a bunch of different sides. So I'll have a rice.
She'll
And
have it, no, and she'll give you a good Caesar salad. Please
yeah,
understand, Elaine be doing it, and I just wanted to give you your things.
yeah, yeah.
Because
I grill
Elaine
chicken.
be doing it. And I was like, I wish I could cook this much and cook this good. And I'm just ready to come over her house.
I'll probably post the video of me making a spaghetti sauce. My brother, he wanted to make something and he messed up the sauce. So I was trying to explain to him, if you could get your sauce right, the pasta is very easy. You just boil it.
Right. The pasta is just the pasta. The pasta ain't got no
It's the
flavor.
sauce. He was like, it was disgusting. I was like, how did you mess up
So
sauce?
can I this and before we go, I promise because I'm in now my cooking bag. I've now started cooking all my pasta, rice, whatever, in bouillon, in some type of chicken bouillon, some type of
Yeah,
broth. I instead of water. And I do feel like the taste is different.
it is. It will. Now you just need to be careful because bouillon is very salty.
I like salt, Elaine. That's why I
I
said that's my
know,
problem.
I
I like the
know.
salt.
You can, but they have low sodium bouillon, and if you can get that, do so, because it's still a lot of salt in the low. It's like lunch meat is crazy. Even low sodium, like lunch meat, like sliced ham from the deli, is like 950 grams of sodium. You're only supposed to have 2,000 grams of sodium a day.
Well, you know what's so funny, and I need to heed that warning because I share something with y'all in confidence. A bitch has gout. Okay.
Oh my goodness! So you better watch.
No, but I've had it since I was 20 something.
Yes, but
And
there are things you could do to manage it better with your diet.
well, no, I mean it's not, but I flare up. So it what happens is and when I like you said, when I have too much salt, if I drink too much or
It
everything,
tells you.
my feet will swell to
Yeah.
the point where I can't walk or I
Yeah.
can't do anything. And yeah, it's bad. And I'm like, how did I end up 20 years old? And so I'll tell you the story backstory. The reason how I ended up 21 years old with gout was because I was so skinny and I was like, I'm gonna gain some weight. I'm gonna gain some weight. So I ate everything fatty that I could eat. Grease
Oh,
and thinking that
okay.
I could and I binged. I literally binged it. And then I woke up one day and my feet were so swollen I could not walk. And my best friend at the time took me to the doctor and they were like, you have gout at 20. Like at 20
Yeah,
something.
that's amazing. What?
Right. And they were like, you have gout at 20. But my grandfather has it. Like, so
Yeah.
it's in my it's just it was like waiting to come out. And I just said, hey bitch. I introduced
Come on
it.
out.
Yeah.
Right. I said, come on out. And so I was like, so now that I know that, I try to be a little more conscious of it. But yeah, it's absolutely a thing. It's
Yeah,
absolutely,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
still love my salt, and it's terrible. I'm just gonna have swollen feet.
She said, I'm just going to have swollen feet.
I
Yeah,
think it helps to not say I'm going no salt. Go lower salt. So you manage your salt intake. It feels better, and if you keep that in mind on a daily basis, I'm not getting rid of salt. I'm lowering my salt intake. It does feel better. It's like the difference between saying I'm changing the way I eat and I'm on a diet. When you say
it
you're on
used,
a diet, you immediately want everything in that.
and then what was so bad about that situation? I was what I call myself a pescatarian. I was only eating turkey and fish. I know that's not a pescatarian. I'm just telling y'all that was my definition
Turkey.
of being pescatarian. I was only eating chicken and fish. I mean, turkey and fish.
We going to go with it.
Right. And Kamar said the flavor packets in the ramen. Kamara, what did I tell you at the beginning of this
100, yes,
episode?
1,200 grams of sodium. I'm telling you.
So when I told y'all that, I knew somebody was gonna come in the chat and say that because that is exactly what I crave. The sodium.
Yeah, because what you have to do is
Because if you gave me a Campbell
retrain
soup, I
your
wouldn't like it.
yeah.
But you give me a good ramen noodles and I feel fulfilled. But I it's something about this. But I need to stop because I'm only 40 years old. I shouldn't have gout. This is crazy.
But you can make your own. You can make your own broth for ramen. Now that's harder. I'm not a ramen person, but I've
I
seen.
love ramen.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen Asians do it, and so it's not easy. It's not hard to make your own sort of stock and control your salt and everything intake.
You're right. I
Great conversation, but I'm gonna post something this weekend for you guys.
Yes, and I was just saying, get me like break it down for us, girl. Like, but I
Yes.
love your videos. I love what you do, and I'm so proud of you. And I just want to say that and Jonda, when you get back in the, I don't know if you've posted anything because I haven't seen anything lately, but I'm
No,
always supporting you
yes.
because I can't wait to see. I really want you to go in and let have on this Cheyenne Bryant situation.
I am so ready.
Right.
It
Um
is outrageous.
Right. And I just love y'all. And like I said, when I win, y'all win. And I want us to all win. So yeah, y'all, that was the end of this recap. I ain't got no more to give. If we didn't cover anything, I apologize. We gonna Derek in loving memory of Derek Legs. Um Derek Leg, hold on, let me get the comment off the screen so I can read. Derek Legs Baldwin, the repass. We had it. I mean, but we may have another one next week, and he'll be and well, he won't be there. But we put it up in the air for Derek. Pour a little liquor out this weekend for Derek, okay? But I love y'all. Have a great weekend, Cleo.
Just a little out on the weekend, just a little
They
bit.
beg a little out of the weekend, but Cleo, have the best weekend in the world because it's your birthday weekend. It's your birthday. It's your birthday, girl. You know it's your birthday. So yes, girl, do everything that you can. And we're celebrating another circle around the sun. Anybody you want me to celebrate your birthday in the chat, please put your birthdays in there. I am not biased. It was just Cleo's my baby. She told me 2 months ago, and I remembered it, and I said I'm gonna make sure I celebrate her. And then I still had the wrong date. But it's but point is I tried. I tried.
She got
So
shouts out.
right. And she got
You
shouts
did
out.
it.
She got all and as long as she felt all the love, y'all.
Yeah.
So y'all have a great weekend. I love y'all. And I will catch you next week, next Friday. Cause again, I'm trying to move this from Thursday to Friday or Saturday, depending if I'm available. Because I just don't want to. That's a lot for y'all on the Thursday, and I know I don't go to work on a Friday, but for y'all that do, that's a lot. So I just want to try to migrate and move over to that sector. And for all those that are not joined as members, I gave out 10 memberships if you want to join, because next week we are going to be behind the gates. Okay.
Ching,
So
ching.
All right.
so if you want to join, please know the link is in the description box and you can join us. And this is what we do every week. And we pop our shit and we have our good time talking about Beyond the Gates and everything else. Love y'all. Have a great weekend. And yeah, bye bye.
Bye bye.